you guys doing? Are you good? Didn't ask! Got him. Got him. I always fall for it. Always. It's too easy. Okay, sorry, I'm just finishing up my tweet and then good to go. I haven't straightened my hair in a calendar year or so. Actually, I don't know how long. That was a random guess. Cool, didn't ask. You didn't, but I told you anyways. Got him! Got him! One sec, let me close my door so I'm not shouting into my roommate's ears. Got him! And then, this is my bag of electronics. Tuck it away safely there. Why are you guys poggoing me? I actually really love that emote. You can poggo me all you want. Well, hello everybody. If you don't already know, I mean, how could you not? It's all I've really said. I have a chess lesson in 13 minutes. 13 minutes. Quite nerve-wracking. That's it. Maybe I can do one chess puzzle before we begin. What do you guys think? Do you guys have any advice for me going into it? Monka S. I'm just gonna try to learn and have a nice time. 'Cause isn't that what life's all about? Learning and having a nice time. The other thing is pulling up the questions that I have for him. Imagine learning. I know. You know what's better than imagining learning? Imagining all the people living for today. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Alright, alright, sorry. Sorry. Pog-O makes me laugh so much, even if it doesn't make sense. Even if it doesn't make sense. Yeah? Are you imagining all the people living for today? Pog-O? Alright. just pulling up my questions so I have them on hand when need be. Got him? Got him? And then clearing this. Oh, is my music loud? Uno momento. Wow, my music was really loud. Do you guys want the jazz music during the lesson or no? I'm a 1 pixel off. I could see that actually. I think my camera border is perfect. Isn't it? Oh, I was like blasting my heater because it's been cold. But now I'm really nervous, so I have a fever essentially. Okay, let me do a quick poll. Jazz music during lesson, yes, nah. Wait. Yeah. Nah. Just to make them equally pretty. Thank you guys for the subs. Welcome everybody. Welcome Rister. Bustin spells, not anything else. Not Connor, thanks for 3 months. I wanted to look at the clip and it wasn't working, but I saw the title and I'm so happy for her. I'm so proud of her. Hachu deserves all the happiness and success and love and joy in the world. Welcome to the new channel. Hi Greek, how are you? Greek. New Rust server, we smileys. We roleplay, just have a nice time, right? Right? Yeah. Okay, I see mostly yes. I will try to turn it down quite a bit also. Let's try to squeeze in one puzzle before... Gotta go. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes when I feel so close to the chessboard, it's just like, there's so much going on. Also, maybe I should move this like this. Is that better for you guys? Also, I know, 850, kind of impressive. Like, I don't want to toot my own horn, but... but 850 is an incredible rating. Okay, wait, there's a thing that... Yeah, look at this. Stonks, baby. Stonks. Stonks. Okay, but like I've forgotten everything, so. He's moving out here perhaps to attack, but this is defended, but it's only defended by 1. Do I have check in any way just so I can force him to move? Instead, I do by doing this. What does he do? He does this, which is not a good time. Wait.
Question, how can the people who are starting to stream
I didn't even click that! I didn't... We're not off to a good start. Oh no. Well, you hate to see it. Okay. I want to figure it out, but there's no time. Because I lost the points. I want to play a real one. Sorry. We're scratching that bad boy. Why is he doing this? I guess to capture this. Okay. If I do this, I have a check that his queen can't take. Creating it here. No, I have a fork because I have to take one or the other. I think. Let me just see if that's right or wrong for a second. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's right. That's a fork, like he's about to have some spaghetti. If that was wrong, I would have been very sad. Daniel, thanks for subbing. Betha, thanks for subbing. Mova Docs, thanks for the 4 months. Blaze, thanks for subbing. Beck and Cracker. Daniel, PXUX. I need to get my water. 1 sec. Imagine all the peoples. Imagine all the peoples living for some memes. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Don't DMCA yourself. Listen. If you think I'm that good, if I get DMCA'd off of singing, I'd be flattered, not upset. Alright. Okay, I kind of hate AFKing during puzzles because there's a speed bonus. And it's like, this last minute didn't count. But now I'm gonna lose speed bonus. I'm talking like I would have instantly figured it out. But like, you know? Also, can I just say, one of the most confusing parts about chess puzzles is not even actually the motherfucking chess. It's the fact that black and white flips randomly, and it is so omega confusing for my brain. Truly. That's not how that works. Alright. Ooh, girl, I'm looking here, but I don't have a defender. But nope, no buts. If I did this, and he takes or does whatever, or whoever. Actually, is there anything he can do to stop? I guess he does this, in which I take. So what I'm looking at is if I do this, whatever move happens, I'll have to think it through. And then I do this, I have checkmate. Otherwise, there's some poo-poo doo-doo I can do here, but I don't know if I really care. Well, if I do this, what else can he do to block? He just does this, in which case I take a queen, and it's free money. I don't see anything else he can do. Nom 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 nom. You love to see it. See, I should have gotten more of a speed bonus there. But instead I had to go grab my water and sing Imagine All the Peepos. Imagine all the peepos. By the way, I would just like to put it out there. Yeah, he was like, tell me when you're ready, I'm good whenever. And I was like, okay, give me 5 minutes, my brain is warming up. LMAO. Sorry, I was gonna say, for anybody who doesn't know, I am very new to chess. I started playing right around New Year's, maybe a day or two before, something like that. It's been about a week ago. So I don't know that much. I'm sorry if you were a chess professional and you're like, this is so easy. You know. But even in only a week's time, I'm already women's grandmaster. Is it woman grand? It's women, like plural. Right? Oh my, this makes me so... Wait, you can't see. Hold on, let me show you. My stonks! This is my highest rating ever! My stonks, bro! Feels good, man. I move this back here. I've inted a lot of puzzles, though. But that's kind of part of learning anything. Inting. Okay, who am I? Black pieces. Got it. If I do this, let's check. In which he can only respond by backing that ass up. trying to see if I have anything for free. Thank you for the 20 gifted. Oh my god, I was like, what is that sound? It's just my cat's automatic feeder. If I do this, I can attack this. That doesn't seem like nearly as good of a move. If I do this, I can also grab this pawn for free after the move, but I don't know if that's... I don't know if that's all, folks. You know? He moves there. Do I have any way of attacking that that isn't going here? I don't think so. What else do I have here? If I go here, I'm attacking this and this. But then if he moves here, he defends and he evades. By the way, I don't look at chat during puzzles, so if I'm missing something, I'm sorry, but Scout's honor. Starts laughing like Timo. If he goes here, I can then go here to attack this. And then I fork his rookie bookie. Yay! Okay, but it makes me sad to see that, like, it took me 2 minutes. Isn't it match like 10 minutes? But
will be flattered. I love you, Boki. You make me laugh.
Thank you.
Heart.
Bless up. Okay. I'm turning my AC off because it's omega hot in this bitch. And then I will tell... Listen, the saddest part of all this is I still haven't perfected how to say his name, so I'm just gonna avoid it at all costs. Hikaru. Ah. Is that wrong? How was what I said wrong? Accent on the ka. By the way, hello Anna. I'm gonna VIP you. She's gonna coach me too. I'm very excited. Just say Hikaru. Do I say the R twice? Hikaru. You know, anytime someone says it to me or tries to break it down, I then also break it down. Hikaru. But like, you can't say, hey, Hikaru. Like, that's so weird. Hikaru. Like, you guys are capital, like C-A-R, like room room. Hikaru. Also, I keep being told that I say the roo like kangaroo, but how else do you say roo? Roo. Someone said like shorten it, and I said Hikaru. And they're like, now you're just speed running the word. Like, I give up. Roll the R. Hikaru. I don't think it's that either. Don't sharpen the R.
Me treat money.
Thank you. Oh, she's got many. I know, my notes are all off, so this is gonna be me testing how... Can I avoid saying someone's name the entire time that I'm speaking with them? This is not a chess lesson, this is a life lesson. Ready. Hikaru. Was that good? No, fuck. God, the no's are painful. Painful. Drag the A. Hikaru.
Prime sub off donated $2.
Someone said Hikaru. Like K-U-H. And then other people are saying Hikaru. Which... Hikaru. Which is also... Hikaru. Is that good? Just call him Hika-uwu. He's about to end the call right away. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hi!
How's it going?
I'm good, how are you?
Good, good. So yeah, I heard your chat was, they were saying you weren't sure how to pronounce my name.
Listen, you didn't have to confront me about it.
Well, that's just what my chat was saying.
I don't know what's wrong with like my tongue. I just can't. It's the French and Arabic background just booming my brain. I've considered just calling you by your last name instead, but I think that would be equally weird. Do you want to give me a lesson on how to say your name before you give me a lesson on chess?
Just say it the French way. I don't care. I mean, I like.
Hikaru?
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, yeah, I mean, no, because the point I was gonna make is like, I don't know if you're familiar with like chess background or not, but a lot of the top tournaments are normally in Europe. Like most of them are not in North
so
America.
You're used to it.
Yeah, so I'm like I'm very used to people like I actually kind of prefer it when they say it like the French or the Italian and Spanish way, as opposed to like saying it or trying to like butcher it like Americans, because of course the HI is pronounced like HE in Japanese.
Oh. So what you're trying to tell the viewers is that I'm more right than they are.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. Ikahu.
Yeah, because like in Japanese, like there's like it would be HI as he, and RU at the end would be ru. It's like you roll the U to an O, so that's how you do it. But anyway, it's all good.
That's so much easier than trying to say it in English for some reason for me.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
Oh, someone suggested I perhaps call you Hikaru. What are your thoughts on that?
I prefer. I mean, I'm used to. I've heard a lot of French people say my name the other way, so I actually like it. I prefer it that way. So.
Ikahu.
That's better.
Ikahu.
That's better. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. A lot of people say that. Okay. All right. Okay. So,
Oh,
so
by the way, sorry, I am done. Wait, hold on. Let me adjust the webcam one last time, and then you can. You know.
Yeah, just make sure in chess.com/live.
One sec. /live?
/live, yeah.
Okay, and then let me just full screen that. Is that good?
That should be very good, yeah.
Nice.
So you should have gotten an invitation on the bottom. Oh yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So, so you've been studying a lot, right?
I don't know if I could say a lot. I'll say I've been playing semi-casually for the last week.
Right. Well, what I meant by that though is like, in many ways, when you're new to the game, it's like more important to do like the puzzles and just like learning general knowledge as opposed to actually playing. So that's kind of what I meant in a way.
Yeah, because I found that otherwise I get into a game and I'm not even sure what to do. Because there's so many openings to know, there's like traps to avoid, and then there's knowing what to do mid to late game and how to attack the king. I feel like those are all things that I'm much less experienced with, so I'm just trying to build a good foundation.
Right, so what I thought was a good way to start is to go over a couple of games, as opposed to purely starting by playing and learning the opening, so you have some idea of like attacking and developing and having a plan. There's some, what I would say, model games I want to show you, and then like kind of go from there if that is okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, so first things first, when at the very start of the game in terms of openings, as I'm sure you're aware, normally you want to play in the center, right?
Yep.
So actually, you see me highlighting the squares, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so normally like these 4 squares are probably the most important squares in the entire board.
I watched a video that called them the super squares.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're the most important squares on the board. So you normally want to put pieces or pawns out on one of these 4 squares at the start. So, okay, so e4, e5. Now this is a very old game, by the way. It's a game from like almost 200 years ago. But a lot of the older games, they sort of you learn the basics because one player kind of understood what they were doing, the other player didn't understand as much. So they become model games where you can learn a lot about how to develop.
Okay.
Okay, so e4, e5, so knight f3. So what is the purpose of this move?
To attack the pawn.
Right. So black develops.
And to develop. Yeah. Actually,
right, so
if I could ask real quick here. I feel like prior to this move, you essentially have 2 options, which is to defend your pawn or attack the enemy pawn. What is usually like the thought process in deciding which to do? Is it dependent on whether you move first? Is it dependent on the kind of game you're trying to play? Like
so
whether
are
you
you
want to play
saying that
aggressive?
the second move for white, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, like whether you want to... You see my arrows, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so whether you want to attack this pawn or whether you want to defend your pawn.
Right, so that actually is stylistic. There are many different ways that you can... there are many different setups that you can apply. You can bring either knight out. But normally when you bring the knight out to defend your own pawn, it's so that if your opponent tries to develop their knight to attack your pawn, you actually can be very aggressive and play a move like this. This move probably doesn't make sense, I'm guessing.
What do you mean?
Well, so you want to develop at the start of the game, but do you see, is there a problem here? What's the obvious looking move for black?
To
take? Okay, so yeah, so
I don't know which order, but yeah.
Okay, so you can capture either pawn. You can capture the pawn with your knight, or you can capture the pawn next to the king.
Yeah.
This pawn at f4. Okay, so if you just do like the basic thought process, if black captures a knight, what happens? Yeah, and that would be 1 pawn for 1 knight, which is it's a bad exchange because knights are much more powerful than pawns. So black doesn't want to take this pawn. So is there anything else that black can capture? Right, so is that a free pawn?
I think so.
Right, so ordinarily it would look like this is a very bad situation because black is just ahead by 1 pawn.
Yeah.
But now white can actually push this pawn forward.
I see. And then you have to do something with your knight.
Right.
Or defend
so where
in
can
some
the
way.
knight go?
Can't go here, so I guess maybe he goes here. Or here.
Okay, so there basically are 5 squares here. So if you go to this square, what happens?
Take. If you go to this one, also take. So I feel like you're kind of forced to this one.
But what happens if you go to this square? I mean, this square.
Oh, the queen takes.
Right. And what happens if the knight goes to this square?
A knight on the rim is pretty grim. Also still takes.
Right, so when you look at this knight...
So you have to move back.
Right, and what happens here is now white can actually just push the pawn. And one thing that's really important is time.
Because now you are very undeveloped on black's side.
Right, well, yeah, if you look at the black pieces, they're on their original square. So white actually gets pawns in the center and has developed a knight and also will recapture this pawn that you lost at the start of the game.
Oh my god, this is a terrible position to be in for black. And what is like the initial move that is bad that sets off all of this?
When black takes this pawn, accepts the gambit. Because right now, a gambit normally is where you give up, say, a pawn or you give up material.
To hopefully get ahead?
Yeah, basically so that you can bring out your forces much more quickly than your opponent can. So that's actually...
Oh, so if anything, this is like a bait.
Exactly, yes.
Got it.
So in terms of the development, there are multiple ways. Now, the thing that I would say is bringing out this knight. It's just a more popular move, but it doesn't really matter. Now we can get into the specific openings later, but it's just a matter of which setup you want to use at the beginning. There isn't like a specific reasoning. You have your setup of what you want to, which force you want to bring out, and how to play from there. So it's not like you're thinking super deep at the start.
Okay. Sounds good.
So you can do either one, but for the purpose of this game, bringing out this knight is attacking the pawn. Now black develops. Now actually, I want to see if you can spot something. So let's say black brings out the knight here, and you capture this pawn, and black captures this pawn.
I have not seen
What are
this.
some ways that you can attack this knight? So by attack, I mean threaten to capture this knight.
Thinking out loud, there's this, there's the queen here or there, there's
Very good.
this.
So actually, when I say threaten to capture, if you move the knight, you do threaten to capture the knight, but normally this would just be a trade or an exchange of knights.
True. So not that option.
Right. No, but it's very good. You actually saw, there are two moves that make sense.
This one.
Or you mean this one? Yeah. Now, this is good because this really is important for fundamental basics. Very rarely do you want to push a pawn that's basically to the left of your white king. I assume you're looking at this from the white point of view, right? Very rarely do you want to push this pawn next to your king. You almost always want to get your king out of the center, like castling the king, before you ever push this pawn.
Got it. Or also this one, I think, unless it's advantageous.
You can fianchetto Keto the bishop, exactly. So the thing is, if you push this pawn, and this is actually a theme that's really important because you'll see this very frequently in games where the players develop their pawns from right? And what happens when I push the pawn? So if you move the queen away, I'm just going to capture your knight with my pawn.
True. And I'm forced to move the queen.
No, not necessarily.
Well, I guess I could capture, but isn't that a bad trade?
Well, actually, okay. They're both options are good. But if I take your knight, first of all, you can take the rook. So you've given up one knight, and you get a rook in return. And a rook is worth much more than a knight. But then secondly, you actually also can take this pawn.
And check.
Right. So what is the only move for white here? So I move my king, and then what's your next move?
As black?
Yep. I think the first thing to look at is see if any of your opponent's pieces can be captured, where you can capture something
for free. I was looking at checks first, but my queen is very unsupported, so I don't think I can. But I can take the knight for free.
Right.
I can't take this for free.
So when you look at this, you're actually ahead by 2 pawns. Black is 7 pawns, white is 5 pawns. And this is a great exchange. You give your knight, but you got a knight and 2 pawns in return for it.
True.
So this is a theme you should actually try to remember: is if there are opportunities where your opponent pushes a pawn next to their king and they try to block
good
like
for
this,
you.
Right? Is that always be aware of these ideas where you can capture, and when white recaptures, you win a rook in the corner. Really important.
I think one of the things that I am not as used to visualizing is definitely knight captures. So that one I'm a bit slower to see.
No, but that's good though that you saw. You want to be aware of these ideas, because do you know what this is called? This idea where if I capture, I lose the queen.
I mean, isn't your pawn essentially pinned?
Correct. Yeah, exactly. The pawn is pinned, so when I capture the knight, you take the rook.
Yeah.
So that's very good.
A pin. By the way, okay, question. You mentioned a couple things for me to look into. And you said both forks and double attacks. Are they not the same thing?
They can be the same thing. Normally, a fork is where you're going to win, like get a material advantage, whereas a double attack normally, you're not always going to end up winning material. But you are right. They can be the same thing. You're absolutely right.
Because that was very confusing to me. I was arguing with a friend about this. I'm like, why would they have two terms for the same thing? But it makes sense that a fork is where you know you're going to trade as the next move, whereas a double attack is just creating two threats.
Also, normally a fork is going to occur with pawns. It's normally going to be with a pawn, whereas a double attack can occur with like a rook or a queen or any of the major forces that you have, like a queen, a rook, or a bishop, or a knight.
Okay.
So anyway, back to the basic here. Like, you very rarely want to push a pawn next to your king. But always be aware of these ideas where you can bring a queen out and make a check if your opponent pushes a pawn next to their king.
Yeah. Reminds me a lot of Scholar's Mate. That's one of the ways I've won my only 2 victories in chess.
So in this position, there are 2 moves that I want to point out. So let's say white moves the queen here. Does this look like a good move?
Let me think it through. If I take... I feel like the awkward thing is actually if the black knight retreats, then your queen is just kind of out in the open, and I don't think you want to bring out your queen too fast, right?
Normally that's true, but I would also say that don't worry so much about that specifically in this situation, because look at what's happening here. Do you see what the threat is? This is actually double attack.
I was trying to look for that, but it's on this end. I mean, you're not going to take this. I don't... Oh, wait, you can because your knight supports it.
Correct. So, like, for example, if I push my pawn to support my knight...
You can just take.
Yeah, and this is just checkmate. Because the knight is protecting the queen. So king can't actually move anywhere.
That was a little too 5-head for me. I'm still at 3-head, you know? But I see what you mean. I think I'm much more used to the bishop ones. But yeah.
Right. I think it's very rare to get a checkmate with the queen. I'm actually going to show you another pattern later where you get like a similar pattern. Normally when you try to checkmate with the knight, I'll just make some random moves. Just don't worry about trying to understand the moves that I'm going to play. But I'm just going to set up a position, for example. So when you try to use a queen and a knight to attack, almost always it's going to be towards this pawn on h7, this pawn next to the king after black is castled.
And this is checkmate.
So if you're thinking about, so if you're thinking about like a queen and a knight, trying to use these two pieces, it's almost always going to be something like this.
Okay. Like usually in this position, and
like
usually when they're side by side ish.
Right.
Got it.
So try to keep this in mind. So I'm going to show you something later that is related to this. And I want to see if you can put 2 and 2 together.
Wait, what was the second variation that you just showed?
Well, I was saying that when you get a knight here and a queen here, normally it's to put pressure on these 2 pawns. These 2, because your knight is attacking both the pawns and your queen also is.
Okay.
So keep this in mind for later, because if you get this position, this is actually another checkmate. The king cannot move.
It's been peepo-G'd. Noted.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly. So I would say, like, when you're trying to think about like the knight and the queen, for example, most of the time it's going to be in the corner of the board when you're trying to make a checkmate.
Got it.
So okay, and then the other thing that I want to say is, I think I saw one of your games the other day. So
I've only played like one game, but go on.
Right, but you had this position in a game the other day where you get the black pieces. So white is actually attacking this pawn with the knight and the bishop. And I think you thought for a while, and eventually you found that the right move was pushing this pawn to prevent the double attack, because the diagonal, there's a pawn in front of the bishop now, so you're not attacking this.
Yeah.
So where was I going with that? I forget where I was going with that. But But anyway, the point is normally, yeah, when you're trying to attack this point, this pawn next to king very early, you want to bring the bishop out right as early as possible.
Because that is kind of a weak pawn because it's only defended by the king.
Right. So, like, for example, I'm just going to make more random moves. This is why it's so important to get your king out of the center of the board, because if you can develop your knight and your bishop and you can castle your king, you'll notice that these pawns are... This actually, you should think about the structure with these 3 pawns in front of the king, because it's very important. You have this knight that's protecting the pawn, and you have this rook that's protecting the pawn. So theoretically, white can capture this pawn. You recapture. White captures and black captures. And this is it's an even trade. White's giving away 1 bishop and 1 knight, these 2 pieces, for one rook and 1 pawn. So it's 6 for 6.
Oh, okay.
But most of the time, when the position is kind of close, for example, let's say a castle and there's some development, most of the time a bishop and a knight is worth more than a rook, because rooks are very good on open files. Do you know what an open file is?
Yep, when this is empty.
Right, so let me just play like a random move. So let's say I go here and here. Yeah, so let's say I go these 2 moves. How can you open a file for the rook here?
I believe if you do this. Wait, let me think it through.
So when I say open a file, I mean you open sort of the file for a rook.
I was gonna say if you do this and he takes, then you capture and this is open, but there might be an easier way.
Well, you're absolutely right. If your opponent captures, you get
then it's open.
You get the open file.
Yeah.
But your opponent is not going to do that because you don't want to give away a bishop for 1 pawn.
Yeah. So it's dependent on them. So I'm wondering if there's an option that isn't dependent. In that case, actually, this was one of the questions that I was going to ask you. I feel like I always have like an awkward time bringing my rook out or figuring out how to open a file for him. Because I never want to take like 2 moves to do it if there was like nothing here. Or if this was further up and then I'd have to do like 3 moves. That's just not fun, or it's very slow tempo.
Agreed. So this is actually very important. Like, rooks are probably the hardest piece to bring into the game because they're probably the last one where you can get open files. And it's just very hard to understand where to put them. But in this case, there's a specific reason that I'm asking you if there's a way you can open a file, because this is going to be very important down the road as well.
I'm thinking whether you do this, but I don't really see where that gets us either.
Okay, so I'll actually tell you what the move is. So it's not completely open, but the move that you can play is you can push this pawn.
For this rook, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, I was tunneled on this one. My bad.
That's completely fine. That's completely fine. But the reason is that you see what you're doing is in this position that you have this pawn in front of this rook. The rook isn't really like, you can bring the rook here, for example, but it's only defending this pawn in the center. But when you push this pawn forward, what's happening is you're actually going to trade these pawns, and you're going to have this open file for your rook.
Yeah.
So
I do remember seeing that. If you can be the one to kind of force the trade, or whether it's like your decision essentially, whereas here it's his decision whether or not to open the file.
Correct. So this is just a general concept that normally when you have like a rook and say a pawn in front of it, if you can try to open the file for the rook, that's when the rook is the most effective.
Okay, so it's kind of worth it in that sense. What if you were taking... how do I word this? What if you were taking an unfavorable trade for, let's say, 1 extra pawn? Is that worth opening up the file, you would say?
I mean, it depends on the situation, but normally I would say probably not. Rooks are generally very good like in the middle to late part of the game. They're generally not the piece that's most important early on in the game.
Okay.
So that's what I would say. All right, so getting back to this, what I showed this position before. So this move is a good move. Let's say queen here. Now let's say I move my knight. This you should find pretty easily. but can you find a tactic here? It's like a puzzle, basically.
Ooh, okay, I feel a little put on the spot, but let me do my best. I know that. Do you want me to think out loud or just like give you an answer? Okay. I
think it's good to think out loud. Yeah.
I see that my knight is attacking here and here, and that this is kind of the weak pawn in a sense, and that my queen can also get to the point of attacking it like this.
So just look at the black king here.
Oh, also if I move my knight, I have check. Well, it's not checkmate. The queen could block.
Right.
But if I position my knight so that I trade for the queen, I guess that could be pretty worth it. Or the rook could also block though.
Right, but what where? So you had why this is a good move, but why is this a good move?
Because I think either way I come out with material that's ahead.
So what happens when I block with my bishop?
If I take, your king can't take because my queen. But if your queen takes, then I can take your queen.
Is there anything else that you can capture here, though?
My rook, or your rook.
Right. And then you're just ahead by one whole rook.
True.
Because I can't even recapture your knight here.
Oh my god, the pressure of doing puzzles in front of a GM.
Okay, but find a better move. This is what, like, when you move the knight here, this is called a discovered check. Like, you see, you move the knight out of the way, so you put the king in check, and when I block, I can't guard my rook here.
But
so find a better move. There's a
better move. Oh, again, thinking out loud, I'm just working through different things my pieces can do. So, like, if I were to take somewhere and then force one of your pieces out, essentially, or if I'm just looking for a check. Can I get a hint?
So when you move the knight to this square, you're gonna win a rook.
Yeah.
But you can actually do better than that, where you're gonna win the queen.
This side?
Okay. And okay, so why is this so good? Without actually playing the move. So just logically reason this out. When you move the knight here, what happens?
I'm attacking the queen, but I also have you in check, so you have to block somehow.
Right. And how can I block?
This or this, but you'll probably choose the bishop, and then I grab the queen.
Right. So no matter how I block with my bishop or my queen, you're going to recapture this queen on the next move. So you actually are going to end up winning a queen for one knight, and you're very far ahead.
True. Okay, that makes sense.
So this is just a basic theme. Now it won't happen most of the time, but it's just something to be aware of. Is that these discovered checks where you can use like a queen or use a bishop are really, really important. Okay. So let's say black defends this pawn on move 2 with the knight. Now both players are going to develop. I'm not going to get into the openings right now because I think it's better just like get some basic understanding first. The moves aren't really super important, but when white goes bishop here, if you just try to think about developing pieces or attacking and defending, let's just say I push my pawn here. Can you end up ahead in material here if you do an exchange? So right now both players have knights developed, right? And currently this knight defends this pawn, and your knight is defending this pawn in the center.
Yeah.
But is there a way to maybe win this pawn, perhaps?
I see that I am attacking kind of the defender of this pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So if I take and then take here, but I will lose my...
Well, it's an even trade, though. You're giving up a bishop for one knight. So bishops and knights essentially have the same
Are
value.
the same, yeah. They're both 3.
So when you take, and I just recapture...
Then I capture?
Right, and you're ahead by 1. You're just up a pawn in the center.
Sorry, like mentally, I'm like, okay, the math adds up, but I'm like shy to say that that's the answer.
Don't be. I mean, like,
I'm
it's like I'm
what
asking
if
I won.
that's
It's kind of like,
okay? It's a good move, but what if there's a better one?
Right. I would say, like, normally don't. I think as a newer player, as a beginner, it's really important to think about the simple solutions. Don't try to think about, like, well, you know, there might be this move which is good, but what if there's a better move? If you see a good move or you see something that looks obvious, generally that is going to be the correct answer.
Yoink
It's more important. Like, in terms of looking for, like, multiple moves or what the absolute best move is, that's not something that you should really worry about.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. So now in this game, black develops a bishop.
Mm-hmm.
So now, what based on what I just said to you, what would be generally the obvious move that you'd play here?
I don't think that impacts the pass trade that we were going to do.
Right. So what do you think you should do here?
If it's the same thing, then this. But I have not looked to see if there's anything that can attack the bishop. But I think it's still that.
Right. So in this case, it doesn't quite work out. But basically, I want you to understand why, like, you know, what you're aiming for in the center of the board here. So when you take this knight, black has a couple ways to capture, but I would say normally what you're trying to do with your bishops, especially at the start of the game, actually it's just a general principle when you develop these pawns in front of the king, is you want to bring your bishops out so in a perfect world you can end up in some situation like this where I think you've watched my stream, so you know what this is, right? These
A
three
pawn
pawns?
chain?
Right. And I've said this is the bishop is outside of the pawn chain.
Which is better than bring this out later and he's like stuck behind.
Right, so yeah, so for example, say you get some position like this. You'll see black has 3 pawns, but the bishop is it's behind the pawn chain. So normally you want to get your bishop out. Now, for example, something that you know another Canadian streamer has played very frequently is put the bishop here on d6. And this yeah, I'm not gonna say his name, but anyway, I think you know who I'm referring to. But anyway, the point is, so if you put the bishop here to guard this pawn in the center, this is a very bad move. Now, why do I think this is a very bad move here? Just thinking about your development. Okay, let me do this from the white side, actually, since you're looking at it from the white side. Let's say I put my bishop here, and I'm just going to place a normal move.
I'm about to flip my head upside down.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Right. I'll just always do this from the white side.
No,
For me, it doesn't matter.
It's totally fine. My brain's going to have to get used to it at some point. So why is it bad to develop here? Correct?
Yes.
Well... Because...
Right, so I'm actually not looking for like some big attack that your opponent, some strategy your opponent can come up with.
Or you're just blocking this pawn?
Right, and why is that so important?
You're also blocking this pawn. Or sorry, this bishop. Or really much development in the center at all.
Right, so the problem is if you put a bishop here, this bishop is never really coming into the game.
Yeah, you're pause champing like 3 pieces. It's quite rude.
Exactly. Yeah, perfect. So that's why you almost never, you almost always, what you want to do is you want to bring a bishop out and then create this pawn chain, because when we go into this game, let's say white pushes the pawn, you see how this bishop, it's outside of this pawn chain. This light square bishop.
And that's
But your
what
other
you
bishop can also be
want.
developed on this diagonal as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really important that you like bring this bishop out and you make sure your other bishop can also come out. You don't want to put a bishop like here where you can't develop in the center because this bishop is stuck.
Got it.
And now these three pieces are not really going to come into the game quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so right. So as I was pointing out, so let's say getting back to this position, let's say white captures here. Which way would make sense for black to capture? With this one or with this one? For the development, for bringing...
Yeah, thinking out loud, you do want to capture towards the middle, but I'm also thinking, do I want to open this file for my rook? Or if I capture here, then I'm opening it up for my queen, but also maybe I just want to protect my queen for a little while longer.
Very good. So actually what you said is correct. Like everything you said there is correct. Just taking this way, generally the principle of capturing towards the center is correct. When you're capturing with pawns, you want to capture towards, like, especially these two files where the queen and the king are. So you're absolutely right about capturing towards the center. Now in this case, it's not correct. First of all, because the bishop can't come into the game in one go. If you capture this way, the bishop comes into the center of the board in one turn.
I see, because you would need to bounce off here.
Well, normally what I would say is, okay, so to give you another example, you were saying bring the bishop this way.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a bad move because you're attacking a rook here.
Mm-hmm.
But you'll notice when I push my pawn, this bishop actually isn't really doing anything on this side of the board.
Yeah.
Because these pawns close down this diagonal for the bishop.
Okay, so going back to choosing which pawn to capture with. So I want to look at whether or not... Oh, sorry, loud alert.
That's fine, it doesn't matter. I mean, I can do this the other way. I can do this also from the white side. I'll just make some random moves.
I think I'm just trying to figure out like how to prioritize things. Like, do I prioritize opening a file for my rook? Do I prioritize attacking towards their king? There's so many things to look at.
I think at the start what you're looking for is you're developing the bishops and the knights. Those are the most important pieces to worry about. Taking with the pawn, by the way, it's not a bad idea. Understanding
but it's just better here because you still have so many pieces to develop.
Right, so let me use another example. Let's say you get to some position. Let me just make some random moves. Don't worry about the moves. You don't need to understand them. Let's say you get to this position.
Yeah.
So what is this?
A pin?
Correct. And so let's say I'm just going to make a random move. I'm just going to move my bishop back. How do you put even more pressure on this knight here and take advantage of having this pin? Because I can't move the knight without losing my queen.
Yeah. I think...
So you want to put more pressure on this knight.
I'm trying to see if there's an easy way to attack. Oh, I guess like this?
Right. This is actually the best move.
Nice.
Because when I capture the knight...
I capture your queen.
Right. You can make the move. Like when I make a move, you can make that move. So yeah, you would capture the queen.
Nice.
So now to further... So like right here, I can't move this knight. And... Let's see, how do I explain this? Normally this, you see how both sides have these three pawns in front of their king?
Yeah.
Almost always you want to put it where you have these two on the original square and you push this square because what does this do again?
Fluff, I think is what you called it. Or
look,
air.
But anyway, yeah.
Yeah,
look,
something
German,
like that.
Yeah, anyway, yeah. But anyway, basically, yeah, you create space that the back rank checkmate never really exists.
My favorite checkmate.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. But then secondarily, like when you look at this position, this pawn it's dual function because it also stops black from putting this bishop on this square to pin your queen and your knight.
Oh, quite nice.
So it's like it's dual function. It does multiple things. And like So almost always when you have these 3 pawns and you castle your king this way, you almost always are going to push this pawn forward. Very rarely.
Very soon after? Or like at what point would you recommend doing that?
Again, it depends on the situation of like how your opponent brings out their forces, but like especially when they're trying to create a pin, like you have a knight and a queen here, you almost always want to prevent your opponent from making this pin.
Wow, that is just like seeing a whole other layer to the board, if that makes sense. Because I feel like what you learn at the beginning is just attack and defense, and make sure each of your pieces are defended by something. This is like foreseeing whether you are going to get attacked and blocking off that piece. Kind of
right,
like
well,
how, yeah. I was gonna say kind of like how they try to teach you to defend a scholar's mate by like bringing the knight out to a piece where the queen can't go. Well, not in this particular situation, but I think you bring the knight out here so the queen can't go here, something along those lines.
Right, so like what I just explained is pretty advanced, but the reason that I'm mentioning this is not so much that, I mean, it's not so that you'll remember to prevent like a pin from happening. It's to remember mainly
this
to remember the formation.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the formation of the pawn, so that like when you're worrying much later on about checkmates or your opponent's forces getting near your king, you remember that this is almost always the formation of the pawns that you want.
Got it.
Okay, so now let me keep going. So, when you have your pawns on these, like let's say black has these 3 pawns, they're in front of the king. They're defending the king very nicely here. So let's say black moves the knight here. You can actually trade the knights, and black's pawns now are not defending the king in the same way as they were before.
Yeah, that was cool. It just looks so awkward for him.
Right, so now your bishop is under attack. So if you try to capture the pawn, I will recapture with my queen.
So perhaps I just move back, so I'm still kind of attacking. Otherwise, I could move here to attack the rook. And I don't think I'm capturable by anything.
No, but one thing you want to think about is when your opponent's king here is very open, there are no forces around it. Like right now, you see how there's nothing really defending the king. Like the pawns are here, the rook is under attack. But if you go back to like say way back here, you see how all these pawns are in front of the king. The queen is guarding the knight. The knight kind of guards some of the squares around the king's side as well. When you look at this position, there really is nothing defending the king. So this is where I'm going to talk about visualization. So if you wanted to try to create a checkmate towards the king using the bishop and the queen here, where would you like to put the queen? Right.
Yeah.
So how would you try to get your queen to this square, perhaps?
I think this.
Very good. Now, in this case, it doesn't quite work because there's a bishop guarding the square.
True. Is there a way for me to block the bishop? But go ahead.
How would you try to get the queen to the square? How would you try to get the queen to the square?
By blocking the bishop?
No, I mean you just want to you want to threaten to move the queen here.
Yeah. Which means I need to move the knight out of the way.
So go ahead and make a move.
Where do I want to move him? Part of me almost likes taking this, even though I have a bad change, just because it breaks up this small, misstructured hat. But probably better to move Malsar, but I don't want to move him here because then he's blocking potential checkmate. Moving him here is okay, but again, knight on the rim, kind of grim.
Well, this is actually the correct move is actually. I'm just gonna make a random move. The correct move is to move your knight here.
Yeah, because it's pretty neutral, even though it's not ideal for a knight's position. right?
So let me just I'm going to show another basic concept. Just ignore these moves 'cause it doesn't matter. But do you know what this is if you can get your knight here? Do you know the term? I'm just wondering if you know this term. How am I going to remove your knight from this square?
I don't think I know the term. I do know that I can get a rook.
Right. No, but I'm just talking specifically. So when I like point this knight out here, what I'm trying to show is like a specific square in like this formation where how do I can I attack this knight? For example, can I attack your knight with pawns?
Nope.
Right, because the pawns are all kind of misplaced.
Mm-hmm.
Now let me just go back. This is more just like so you can kind of visualize
what
I'm
is
saying.
that called?
It's called an outpost.
Oh, which is where you have a piece that is defended but can't be attacked?
Yeah, like I can't remove this knight. So for example, let me just find an example of something different. Let's just ignore my moves. It doesn't really matter.
I find it so funny when you say that. It's like, don't try to comprehend what I'm doing.
Well, what I'm doing is it's senseless even to me. What I'm doing, like you just like
yeah, you're just setting up a situation essentially.
Yeah, it's like just tunnel specifically on where the knight is.
Yes.
And so like for example, now you see the knight is on the square. It's still defended by a pawn, right?
Yeah.
But black can actually push the pawn.
Whereas before there was. So is this not an outpost, even though prior to this move? Okay.
So now just you look at this knight and this pawn, and now when I go to the to this position, you see the difference is the pawns here. None of the pawns can get to either of these squares.
Yeah, but because the queen can move here to attack, like in one move. So is it like it's an outpost on this move, but now it's not? Okay,
but how are you getting rid of my knight?
Oh, true. You're not gonna take this trade.
Yeah, basically the pawn just supports this knight. Like you can never get rid of this knight here.
Wow.
So like when you get an outpost, normally it means that the knight cannot be dislodged from the square that it's on by pawn. So like the best
by pawns. So got it.
Okay, now I'm curious. So in order to get rid of this knight, if I'm black.
Oh, you're having a hard time.
I need to try to make an exchange. So how do I try to make an exchange and get rid of this knight?
You don't.
Well, I mean, it's very hard. The way that you would do that is to go here.
Here, and then there?
Exactly. The two squares or this square to get rid of the knight.
But it would take so long.
Right. Now, I mean, again, it's not about the specifics so much as like just thinking about like the pawns around the king and knowing what an outpost is. So it's not specifically like you always want this situation. It's more like once you start to see like
you see the opportunity essentially.
Right, and then like in the future, it's like after you see something like this, like, oh wait, this is an outpost. So like you can kind of take this example, and then when you're actually playing in a game, you'll be like, oh right, that's an outpost. That's very good.
Got it.
So going back, just to keep going with this, try to make a checkmate on this king. Now remember, if you move the queen here, and I go here, what's your next move?
Here.
Right, it's just checkmate. The bishop supports the queen, and that's game over.
Yeah. But you wouldn't do that. Now, in this case,
it doesn't work because I have this bishop that can capture. So you still want to try to check the king and make this checkmate here. So what's another way of trying to use the queen and the bishop? So your bishop is perfectly placed here.
I'll just think out loud.
Yeah, sure.
I was looking at like blocking this. You take.
Very good.
I take, and then I have the diagonal to attack.
Very, very good. So if this occurs, now just to keep going forward, you're threatening checkmate in two moves, moving the queen and then moving it down.
Yeah.
So if I'm black, how do I stop the checkmate? Because you're just gonna go 1-2, end of the game.
Yep. Maybe you do this. I don't know if that adds up.
Just make the move. Just make the move. Wait, which move?
Okay.
Right. And what happens when I go queen here?
I do this.
Right, exactly. And there's no checkmate anymore.
Yeah.
Because the rook is covering the square. That's perfect.
Nice.
That's absolutely perfect.
That was like my reflex thing that I saw, so I wasn't sure if there was a better one.
Right, and so now if we're looking at this position again, if you're white again, you're trying to make the checkmate here. Where would you, if you don't move this knight, what's another move to try and get the queen so that you can maybe attack and make the checkmate here?
Oddly enough, now I'm just like fixated on this rook and wanting to take it.
Right. No, I mean, again, like what I'm showing you, I'm looking for an idea. So like kind of ignore the specific calculation. Think about the concept.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to make the checkmate on this square with the bishop and the queen.
Yeah. There's also this, but if you take, I don't have anything to capture back, I don't think.
Exactly.
So that's not good.
So you want to make the checkmate here.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't get the queen to this square because my bishop is covering the square.
Yeah.
You can't get the queen to this square because the pawn covers. So really, what's another square on this file that you can get the queen to, where you can create this checkmate on this square in front of the king? So how do you try to get your queen there?
Oh, but that's a triple move. Or I guess... Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, this is completely
Okay,
correct.
I
No,
should
okay, so I'm
just
waiting for you to make the move.
Yes,
just
I'll
make
just
the move.
do it.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I feel like, you're touching the chess pieces, so I'm like, I am not worthy to also touch the chess pieces.
Well, as I've hinted before, like, it doesn't matter. Everyone's good at something. Everyone has to learn at some point. So,
Yeah.
like, yeah. So,
Okay,
so
but
it's
I
like,
also
exactly.
haven't played this out if there's any way to block it. I guess the best you can do is this, but then I just take...
Right.
Yeah.
So, now, back to before. How does black... There's only one way that black stops the checkmate, which is...
Doop.
Right, and you just move the rook over.
Mm-hmm.
So now this is really important because actually this game that I'm showing you, we'll get later, but think about this. Think about these bishops and think about these pawns, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And how it's really bad when you don't have the pawns right next to each other, or you don't have like this formation of the 1, 2, 3 base.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So back to this situation after black develops. So now in this game, if white were to take, the reason that you actually take with this pawn is that, let's say white grabs this pawn in the center of the board.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to play this move. Does this look like a good move or not?
Right off the bat, it just looks like a take.
Right, it looks very stupid. I just gave up my bishop for one pawn.
Yeah.
So, okay, so now I'm going to play this move. And what is this?
Check. But not
It is
checkmate,
check.
right?
Right,
So...
but it's a double attack.
Oh, my poor... No. Oh, my poor other knight. Poor
Right.
guy. So if I just move somewhere, you just take, right?
Right, and this is actually an even trade.
Ah, that's true. So it's just another bait.
Right, exactly. And this is actually something that you need to be very aware of, because this actually will happen a lot, which is why in this game, white ignores it. White castles the king.
Ah.
So now black castles. So okay, let's rework.
I feel like castling is like the most efficient move in every game of chess.
Yeah, generally that's why at the start you really, and this is why openings matters, because you want to be able to make your first like 5 to 6 moves and get your king out of the center immediately.
Okay.
So now let's assume white were to take here, and now I'm going to recapture this way again, because actually let's go back. Sorry, so let's go back here. So if we go back to this position, when I take this pawn, I'm ahead by 1 pawn. And you see how now I can't do anything in the center here because I have this pawn that's in front of my queen.
Yeah.
So now let's go back to this position, and let's say you take, and I take back. When I take this pawn in the center, I'm ahead by 1 pawn. What's the difference here if I take this pawn?
Your queen does have an open file.
Right. So if we go back, okay, let's say white takes. What is the black move here? And like when I ask in a question form, yeah, exactly, and it's the same thing. Your king's in check, and you're gonna lose your knight. So, what's the difference? What can you play as white here? Right. And now, when I move the queen down, it's no longer a check.
Yeah. If anything, you can't really take, or probably don't want
right,
to.
So you actually would just move the knight away. Just move the knight out of the center. And if the queen captures the rook, you just capture with your king.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
you're just way ahead.
Got it. Castling is just OP.
Yeah, I would say like, just pretty much get it like ingrained that you're gonna castle your king. Because
I was meaning to also ask. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem.
I was meaning to ask if you could kind of summarize the differences between castling queenside and castling kingside. I feel like what I most often see is castling kingside, but is it kind of just whatever ends up being available to you first?
I would say at your, I mean, since you're so new to the game, assume you're castling kingside. Do not really worry about castling queenside unless like you learn an opening setup where you're going to be castling queenside. Assume you're castling kingside, because the thing with castling queenside, I'm trying to think what a good example is. What's a good example? It's not complicated. That's a good example. So let's say, for example, you play some opening. Just again, kind of don't really worry about the moves. But normally, the only time you're going to really castle to the queen side is if you get really fast development. Like you see how here the knight is out, the bishop is out, and the queen is out.
Whereas on this side, you just need a bishop and a knight out.
Right. So you need to develop more pieces to castle. Now, if you can get your queen out, your bishop, and your knight really fast, you can castle to the queen side. But I think when you're really new to the game, you should primarily focus on castling to the king side, because I would say even in the games that I play as a professional, I would still say probably, I don't know, I want to say like even for me, like 90% or more of the games, you castle on the king side. And
you don't want your queen out too soon. Got it.
So I would really, I'll think about openings and all this other stuff, later on. But I think don't really just assume you're going to castle on the king side, because queen side going to the left of the queen happens a lot less than going to the right. Okay. So really don't even worry about that. Just assume you're going to castle the king to the king side, because like castling to the king to the left of the queen, or going to the left into, it's called queenside castling, by the way, because you're castling to the left of the queen. Whereas you see, you're going to the left of where the queen is versus going to the side that the king is already on. So that's like how we differentiate between like the queen side castle and the king side castle.
Okay. I kept hearing castling long, which as a gamer, that term sticks a little bit easier.
Okay, yeah, it's completely fine. Yeah, no, I'm giving you the very basics of why we call it queenside or kingside.
That makes sense.
If I'm playing a game, I'll say castle long. I will say that. Yeah, I will actually say castle long. And that's because actually the reason that I will say that is because you see the notation. When you castle your king, it's like 0-0.
Oh whoa.
Yeah, and when you castle queenside, it's O.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, so that's why, like, if I'm playing, I will say castle long, because I think of when I'm writing the moves, and it's like, okay, well, it's long because there's
that's true. I was just thinking there's like 3 pieces. Oh, sorry. instead of 2 between. But yeah,
I mean, I'm not sure, but
I'm sure
I think
it's both. I don't know.
Whoa. So yeah. Anyway, right. Okay. So to keep going, I mean, because I think actually the thing is like learn. You'll have to learn openings, but like when you learn these fundamentals, it's really important because then your mind it starts to put 2 and 2 together where you see something and you start thinking about it during the game. And I think that's more important than like pure calculation. Like you want to see if any of your pieces are under attack, but getting sort of to the next level beyond just the very basic, making sure all your forces are not under attack, is remembering these sorts of pins or these outpost ideas. Yeah, that's how you're going to beat your opponents. I mean, you're going to win the majority of your games like that.
I think that's why I found puzzles to be so helpful. It's almost like I'm remembering a certain image or position, figuring out like the 3 steps, because otherwise it's very hard to like look at a full board and imagine it like 3 potential steps ahead.
Right. So now this is where you're going to see like it's really important what I was showing with the pawns being in front of each other, because in this game you're going to see a theme. So I want to see if you can put the 2 and 2 together to understand. So all right, back to this game. This next move is kind of a weird move. It looks very strange also. Don't worry too much about this. But it looks like you gave up a knight for free, right? So if black takes the knight, you're behind by a knight for a pawn. Yeah. But you have a good move here to win back your material. That you've just given up 1 knight. So how do you win back a knight or maybe a bishop or even up the material balance again?
Thonk.
So remember now that you've gotten your pieces out, you've developed your knight, your bishop, and your king. What isn't developed? What haven't you brought into the game here?
All of these.
Right. So, well, I mean, when I say developed, like when you've castled, in a sense, I know
it has kind of been weird, developed, yeah.
But it kind of has been.
True.
Yeah.
So mainly these. But mainly these, really.
Well, in order to bring this in the game, not all the time, but again, I would say since you're so new, think about it like you have to bring this bishop so you can bring the rook to one of these center squares. So how would you develop this bishop?
It's just awkward because he's currently blocked. Oh, this is a double attack.
So yes, this is a double attack, but this is like the traditional fork. So this is the difference between like the double attack and the fork.
Oh, sorry, traditional fork because I will probably take one or the other.
Right. So a fork means when you attack like a bishop and a knight. Now another example of a fork. Let me just make some random moves. Is like you can do this, and this is also a fork with the pawn because you're attacking the bishop and the rook, and black's gonna lose one of them.
Yeah.
I mean, if I could, I would just move my rook and then move my bishop. But you can't make 2 moves in a row. So I can't save both the bishop or the rook. But the traditional fork is it's almost always in the center of the board where it's a pawn that's attacking the bishop and the knight.
When you traded your knight here, did you already see this?
Well, this is not my game. This is a game from 1857. But yes, the players did see this in the game. Yeah.
I just mean like prior to today, I would have a hard time, imagining this before trading my knight.
Yeah, I mean this concept. I don't think you're like taking a pawn to fork the knight and the bishop here in the center. I wouldn't even really think about it that way. I would say though. Let me give you another example. I'm just again disregard these opening moves, but I'm just gonna make some moves, okay? So I'm just gonna make some moves because this is a more traditional one. So I'm gonna go here. So try to make a fork in the center of the board with the white pieces. You're playing white here.
The first thing I see is this to attack this and this, but your pawn is protecting.
Right now, remember when I said when I said fork? Think of forks. It happens like
usually with a pawn. It's
going to do with a pawn. Right.
Oh, so this?
Right. And so now what happened? Okay. So first of all, let's do the material count. So I'm attacking this pawn or threatening to capture it with 1, 2, 3.
Yep. I have.
And you're defending it with 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
So normally when it's even, that means it's defended when you make this move. As long as it's 3 and 3, which means if your opponent tries to capture, you know, black has to capture first. So if you have 3 and they have 3, they capture first. 3 becomes 2, 2 becomes 2, and then white wins the trade at the end.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm gonna move the bishop back. Okay, but remember I wanted you to show me how to make a fork here.
Another one?
Mm-hmm. So how do you make a fork? Yeah, actually, you know what? You're right. Pawn takes pawn. This is a fork. You're right. Actually, I didn't realize this is a fork. You're attacking 2 things at the same time.
But also,
so you actually
this
is like partially correct. But when you take this pawn, I just take back.
Yeah.
And it's 1 pawn for 1 pawn.
Yeah, so it's not really a fork.
Normally, when you make a fork, you're gonna end up ahead.
I'm trying to think of ways to fork, but that is not defended, because it just seems like so much is defended here.
Correct. So let's go back. Good. You found it.
Okay. Sorry, I was so tunneled on this knight. Because so often when I think of forks, I've seen them so much in puzzles with knights typically, not so much with pawns.
Actually, that's a good point. Yeah. So you're right. Actually, they do occur a lot with knights. That's a good point. Yeah, you're right. Actually, you're finding the kind of like you have the exact response that I'm not kind of expecting. Like, you have the right answer, but it's like something that I wasn't like thinking about. You're
what was
absolutely
the other
right. Like,
answer?
so like for me, because like when I think of forks, I normally think of it being with the pawn. But you're actually right that when you do puzzles, the majority of the puzzles, it's gonna be with the knight and not with the pawn.
Yeah.
So that's just the fact that I'm thinking
that's the funny thing, like
different way.
They probably put it in puzzles because I think the pawn ones are more obvious. But now because I've only done puzzles, they're not that obvious to me.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So you're right. Like when I say fork, I'm thinking of something very specific, but you're absolutely right too that it like you're thinking of knight forks, and normally when you see them in actual like play or in puzzles, it's going to be with a knight. It's not going to be with a pawn. So you're absolutely right in the way that you look at this.
Okay.
So like this is like the standard one where basically it's like you just get a pawn, and you see right now both players have 2 bishops and 2 knights on the board. So this is like the very standard fork. Whereas the one that happens in this game is it's much different, because it's only going for an even trade here, because you gave away a knight to get the fork, so it's just an even trade versus like winning, say, the bishop or winning a knight and not giving away anything.
I see. I think that was the other thing, that it was like you're essentially looking for a fork from a disadvantage, which just makes it neutral.
Right. So okay, so this game kind of, black moves this rook. Black doesn't actually take. So currently black's behind by 1 pawn in the center. So black should be behind here, right? Because it's white's ahead by 1.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I think you should actually flip the board for the rest of this game. Just look at it from the black perspective.
Is there a button to flip the board?
Yeah. So you see the cogwheel? It should be to the right. Like it should be to the right of the name, kind of. There's a cogwheel,
cool,
and there's like
cool,
2 arrows.
Got it.
For flip board.
Got it. Okay. So you're up a pawn.
White's up by 1 here. Currently.
Yeah.
Because white has 8 pawns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I mean,
Black
this is an advantageous trade for me.
If it's your move. However, white just traded the knights here, and black took back this way. So what was the reason for taking with this pawn? Again?
This diagonal. Well, maybe not to here, but you're opening up this diagonal for your bishop.
No, you're actually right. Like moving the bishop here is a good idea.
Oh, because you're protected. That's true.
So again, now remember what I said before? I'm just gonna make a random move here. How do you use the queen and the knight to make a checkmate?
I think you first have to like force.
Now remember before I told you I told you the squares that the 2 pawns that you want to attack with the knight and how you want to make a checkmate. Now it was with the colors reversed, so it might be a little bit harder to see. But do you remember where the knight and the queen were going earlier? Make a checkmate.
I do remember. I believe the knight was here or.
So what I'm gonna say, and I've said this to a few other people, but like, trust your instinct or your first thought, like what you think it is. Like you have the right idea. So where should you put the knight?
Honestly, I want to put him here, but I don't. That's not. Oh wait, I guess that's fine because it's defended.
So yeah, you want to be aware that when you like move a knight like down here, that it's not going to be captured for free by like a queen. But yeah, this is correct. So let's just say I play a random move. What's your next move?
I would like to. I'm either. Oh wait. Okay. I bring my queen out, and then I have checkmate in 2 if there isn't anything you can do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so like
I'm sorry, I was like trying to think through, okay, well I guess if you saw this, maybe you would take, but then I take, and either way that's good for me.
So sort of when I like give you these sorts of test type of questions, normally it's like it's not so that you calculate, it's so that you see a pattern. So it's like once you see this pattern, so like what I would say is like you're very new, so probably it won't come right away, but like if you were to see this today and like tomorrow you were to see these ideas of these checkmates, it'd be one of these things where it's like, you know, if I asked you like 3 days from now, it's like, how do you make checkmates with the queen and the knight? You're gonna be like, well, it's gonna be on like these 2 squares, or if you're white, it's these 2 squares. And so it's like, it's that sort of, it starts clicking and you start seeing that right away. And then when you're in the game, you'll start seeing these ideas of making the checkmate.
These opportunities,
because you've seen the repetition of seeing these patterns.
Actually, this is especially helpful because typically when I see someone castle, it is like partially demoralizing because it feels so difficult to break through that. But seeing ways of doing it like this makes it a lot easier to visualize.
Right. Well, that's good. That's very good. That's what you want. Is sort of because like I think you said this before. I think when you were doing puzzles the other day, like I think we're saying you want to be like defensive. I actually have the opposite. I kind of have like the opposite attitude, which is that since you're so like you don't have a background in chess, right?
No.
Sorry, I mean, did you like play when you were younger, or is this like literally you're starting from scratch?
I played maybe a little bit in like elementary school, but to try to explain how little I knew, I only learned about castling within the last like week once I started getting into chess.
Right.
So it's definitely just like learning what the pieces do.
So the point that I was going to make is that because there have been several of these PogChamps events, and you sort of see certain people like they can pick things up easier than others, or like they just have a natural knack for like the puzzles. And so, for example, when you were doing the puzzles, I think it was the back rank checkmates. I think it was probably like 4 or 5 days ago. Like that is not something that for someone who is really new to the game, they should be spotting. They should not really be seeing the. Yes, really. They should not be spotting these sorts of things. Like it's not kind of natural for someone who hasn't like played or hasn't like seen these patterns before.
Feels good, man.
It should. It's not normal, so it totally should.
When being not normal is good, nice.
Well, okay. The simpler way is just being naturally gifted, or like your mind can put it together more easily.
I feel like probably my biggest advantage or strength when it will come to chess is just being able to memorize things. So I feel like when I see, for example, back rank checkmate, that I'll be able to spot pretty easily later on.
Right. Like I said, you're assuming everyone can do this, but that's
I really thought it was simple. Well,
yeah, no, I just mean that it's not
the
case. So that I'm just saying, like, you have a natural talent for that, which is why I actually think when you start looking at openings, you should not be playing more defensively. You should actually be trying to play very aggressively and very tactically.
Okay. I think I will have the confidence to do so when I like learn more sequences, like how to checkmate with a knight and queen, and then maybe I'll be able to see them. Yeah.
Exactly. So now to give you an idea of how much the game has changed, this game, which was played like 150 years ago, these were like the best players of their time, literally the best players in the world at the time, and this move that I said, this knight move, is still the best move here. But the players back then, they didn't actually, they didn't have the same understanding of the
caveman
game.
Brain. Right. Now we are sophisticated 2021 brain.
It's funny that you say that. A lot of people who they would be very upset because this player, the American player who had the black piece in this game, is considered one of the best players of all time.
By the way, that was just a joke. No offense to the, genius brains of past chess.
Right, exactly.
But a meme.
Right. So okay. So anyway, the moves don't really matter that much, but you'll see when you get to this position. Look at the development. So black has these pawns here, which aren't always great because they're double.
What is that called again? Stacked pawns?
Yeah, stacked is fine. If you're being like really proper, it's called double pawns. But stacked pawns, I mean, if that's easier for remembering, then you should use that. Okay. So now, in this position, if you look at the bishop, this bishop is very good towards where the white king is. Because it's keeping an eye on this pawn in front of the king. And now another thing is, I'm sure you haven't heard this term, but what a rook lift is.
A rook lift?
Right. So let me just put the let me go.
You know what I have heard?
Okay.
Rook bros from Leslie. So now when you're saying rook lift, I just imagine two bros lifting together.
Okay. So when rook bros, I think, is when the rooks are one on top of the other. No, that's fine. But actually, I'll show you that first. So what that means is we would call it doubling the rooks. So that would be like, for example...
You mean when they're like... I thought that was also like a battery, or is that 3 things?
Battery is different. So, well, it's basically when you get two rooks on the same file like this, it's called doubling. You say like doubling the rooks. Or, for example, if you get like 3 things, like 2 rooks and a queen in any sort of order, that's generally called like tripling.
Wowie. What is a battery then?
So battery is, it's when you line up a checkmate. So for example, this is where like, now like when you're trying to make a checkmate with a knight and a queen, almost always it's going to occur like on these 2 squares, next to the king.
Yeah.
So battery is when you do something like this. And you create a checkmate threat with a queen and a bishop.
Got it. Oh, I didn't know that was called a battery also. Got it.
So now, actually, to use this as further example of battery, can you find a way, I'm just going to make a move, to line up another battery as black? Actually, I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Go ahead, I'll just be braining over here. Okay, we're trying to line up checkmate. I feel like, to checkmate here, I want to get my queen... Okay, my queen somewhere around here, but then I would also need to move my bishop, but I would also need to do like 3 moves, which is quite a bit. So I'm trying to see if there's anything else. I can't attack here because it's defended. Is there anything else that I can use? I think that's really the only way. Move this. Wait, no, not there. This. And then he could block, but I take. And then I just push here. Oh, sorry. I did the wrong arrow. Like this. If he takes, I take. And then either way, I just push through. Oh my god, you're back, sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, so I think I do this.
Right, and if I go like just a random move?
Okay, you definitely don't want to be doing that, because then I can even go here. Wait, no, sorry.
Right idea, wrong
it's
square.
Still, yeah.
Right idea, wrong square.
Okay,
So what's the
before
right
I
square?
did this, but I was only considering it was here. Yeah, I go here.
Well, again, like the reason I'm saying this is not like the specific calculation, is so that you get this idea of what the battery is.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like arrows on top of each other.
Exactly, yeah. So let's just say I make a random move. What's your next move?
Oh.
Right, and that's checkmate.
Yeah.
You can also go to this square as well. Both squares are checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm going to take this back a step. So you remember how earlier one thing I said was that most time you want these 3 pawns like this.
Yep.
Now, just it doesn't matter where the queen and the bishop are, but I said you normally want pawns like this. And one of the big reasons is because if you put your pawns like this formation, you're very vulnerable to these sorts of checkmate.
To a queen attack, yeah. Whereas otherwise, you kind of give your king an escape airlock or something.
Right. Now, this is why also now I'm going to go back to the very start just to show something kind of. This is why you can also, when you start the game, you can say push a pawn. I'm just going to make some moves. It doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have, one second, just moves don't really matter again.
I just want to have that in the back of my mind during the tournament. All these moves don't really matter. It doesn't really matter what's going on.
Well, like, I'm trying to show a concept. So, like, if you look at so now look at the position. You see how the pawns? I have this formation of these 3 pawns.
Mm-hmm.
You see how there's this bishop here.
Mm-hmm. I feel
this is what it's called, like a. Mm-hmm.
Is that good or bad? Because to me, it still kind of looks bad.
So it's actually quite decent, but the point that I'm trying to make is that if you have this formation of these 3 pawns, you really need to have like this bishop here.
Oh.
Because it's very hard to attack. Like you see, whoops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I can't really create any sort of threats. Your king is very safe here with the bishop here.
Sorry, the reason I was saying that was like, if I were in a situation where like I could, I don't know what to, okay, hold on. If I could somehow get my queen out on this diagonal, then I could still do checkmate by just taking the bishop.
If you could, yes.
Yes, got it.
But it's a lot harder. So like this is why if when just this sort of like the basics of like the game, like if your opponent creates this structure with the 3 pawns, you almost always want to have a bishop here.
Okay.
Because otherwise, without this bishop here, you know, for example,
yeah.
You know, let me just make some.
You're very vulnerable.
Right. So actually, can you create another battery to make a checkmate? Okay, but how are you making a checkmate here? I'm just gonna make a random move.
Oh, it has to be the other way around.
Right. So can you make a battery?
I'm trying to see if there's another one, but I'm thinking queen here. The only thing you can do is maybe this, but I just... Oh, wait, you do have a pawn protecting
So actually, again, tunnel on the notion of making the battery to create a checkmate. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
All you need is confidence. No, I mean, you're completely right. Like, when I'm trying to show you the concept, it's not about doing, like, a calculation of if I do this move, they do this move. It's specifically, like, the theme of what you're trying to accomplish. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you want to put the queen here and create the checkmate.
Nice.
Perfect. All right. So, back to this game. Okay. So now, back to this concept of a rook lift. What a rook lift is for example, let me put the pieces on just the normal developing squares. A rook lift is when you try to bring a rook out and you try to bring a rook over to create checkmate threats.
Okay.
Towards where your opponent's king is. So for example, you move the rook here. I'm just going to make some normal moves. And now, how would you try to put pressure on this pawn? So this is a pin, right? The pawn can't move, or else the king would be, in check.
Yep.
Right. So how would you try to put pressure on this pawn in front of the king? Very good. And you create this checkmate pattern. Very, very good. What's another way to put pressure on this pawn?
If I could get... But that's 2 moves. But yeah.
No, that's great. That's actually very, very good. Is there a way you can maybe use the bishop and the rook to attack this pawn in less than 2 moves? Of course.
Oh.
So I can't take the bishop because then I would lose my
Yeah.
king. And what happens when I push my pawn?
Bad things, I am sure. I'm just
So
trying to figure out
there are
which bad things.
Two solutions here. Both are good, but I
okay.
want to see if you can come with. Let's see if you can come with both the solutions.
Okay.
Very good. So if you move the queen here and I move my pawn, what's your next move?
Bop, checkmate.
Exactly. Perfect.
Otherwise,
Okay,
right now I'm seeing like a trade like this, but I don't know if that's good.
So
I could
first
also
things
just tip, but I don't think that's good either.
well, in this case, it is good. You can give up because a rook is more powerful than a bishop.
It's a good trade, but it's not like getting to checkmate.
Yeah, so you're in a way proving my point, which is that like you actually don't want you don't want to give up the bishop for the rook because you want to go for a checkmate.
Yes, exactly. So the
Which
other,
is good. Now,
that was
so you wanted to take the pawn, but I recaptured. So now I'm going to set something else. Okay, find a checkmate here. Remember how you want to use the queen and the bishop to create checkmate? How you can obviously move your queen up to create this checkmate. I want to see if you can find there's a forced checkmate here in like 4 moves.
4. Okay, it's good to know that it's not in 1 because that's what I'm looking at.
Well, it's 3 technically, but anyway, yeah.
Okay. So right now I'm exploring this bishop right here, my good friend. If I take here, I'm forcing your king out. Don't know if that's good or not. I'm trying to see if any sort of trade here is worthwhile for me, but I don't think so because it's defended by 2.
You sure?
Actually, this one's pinned. So if I take, you take, I have check. And then your options are to move here. Or to move here. If you move there, I can do this, and I have check again. It's just I don't know how I can cover both squares at once.
So you have the right idea.
Yeah. I think in a situation like this, I feel like I haven't developed my chess foresight. Sometimes in puzzles, I just say, F it, this looks like a moderately good option, and I just work through it. But, yeah.
So remember, one thing that's important is when you're trying to create checkmates, generally speaking, it's much easier with a queen and like a bishop versus like a rook and a bishop.
Yes. Which was what I just thought of, that like if I'm gonna throw one of my pieces into the line of fire, I probably don't want it to be my queen first. So if I did this, you that one's pinned, you take, and then I think I create check, and then I create checkmate.
Of course, exactly, obviously. No, that's 100% correct. So when I take...
Obviously. Yeah. Yay! Okay. Yeah, this was something I didn't see right away without your help. But I got
right,
to.
but I mean, but kind of the point is, like, and again, like most people would not see this. Like, most people in my chat don't understand how you saw that. Because it's not...
No,
like,
your chat is definitely, Pago, just do this!
No, I'm actually being serious, though. I'm just saying, like, it's not obvious. Like, I don't really know how to put it in. This is kind of why I think it's very fascinating to see how everyone approaches it. But it's not obvious at all.
That
like,
is very motivating to continue.
No, I mean, this is not obvious at all. Which is why, like, now you're making me think about openings and like what you should play in the event.
Ooh.
Because this is why I'm saying, like, you're seeing the aggressive ideas to like go for checkmates. Like, for someone who hasn't played, like, this does not. I mean, you should not be seeing this basically, and you are. So it's very, very promising.
thanks. That is really, really motivating. Because sometimes, you know, when I'm just like doing puzzles and I know there's so many people in chat that are like, it's just this. It feels like I'm like lagging behind. But as long as it feels like I'm progressing at a good pace, I'm really happy about it.
This is very, very good so far.
Just like when you play League and everybody in your chat is Challenger, of course, right?
Right, yeah. Yeah, chess is even worse, I think, than League in that regard. Like, everyone knows
backseating?
what's right, yeah.
I mean, then you're lucky to be so good. You can't really backseat someone that is like 0.0000001%.
That's exactly why, yeah. That's why it works for me. Like, no one can. People try, but it almost.
They'll just pogo you about something else.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Usually it's like that, and then I say something. It's like, oh yeah, really, pogo, really. So yeah. Anyway, okay. So like when we look at this game now, so White hasn't developed the bishop and the rook, right?
Nah, White sucks. Just kidding. That's you. I didn't mean it.
No. That's fine. So like. Here, why does White play this pawn push? What's the idea behind pushing this pawn?
You are, I guess, opening up a diagonal for your queen, but not a very long one. I mean, it's decent. And
another idea?
You could push this afterwards and have it be defended, and you'd be attacking my bishop.
Right, so it's sort of like it's like threefold. When you push the pawn, first of all, you want to create these this pawn chain in the center of the board, these 3 pawns in a row. Secondly, you attack the bishop. Or secondly, you attack the bishop when you put the pawn here, but let's just say I make a random move. Third, when you move the bishop, you see how now the bishop there's no threat on this diagonal.
True. Triple efficiency.
So like I've actually closed this diagonal for your bishop, and then kind of like the last part is that I open this diagonal for my bishop.
Yeah.
So that I can then bring my rook into somewhere in the center of the board.
So I feel like it is almost always advantageous to, like, in a sense, open up your pawns towards the center. You know, whatever, and then like that. Yeah. Sorry, you could go back.
Right, but like I said, when I said the center, normally that only applies to these 2 files in the middle of the board. Like you don't want to. This isn't really considered the center anymore. Sometimes you can
because
say, like, these 2 are the center, but most of the time when you say center, it's like it's normally like these files and these 4 squares, basically.
Okay.
So so now how would you stop White from pushing this pawn forward? Because
by
think about
creating another threat here. Pause chat.
So
like
it's not a threat, but I can still push the pawn because it's supported by the pawn.
True. Maybe you could just put a piece there and say F you. Well, no, that's also not bad because then you just take. You could also create pressure elsewhere.
You had the right idea with what you just said, but there's a better, without giving up something. Without giving up away a bishop or a queen or something.
It just sucks because my doubled up pawns.
So how do you stop me from pushing this pawn 2 squares in the center here?
Okay, I feel like either you create more threat here or you pin this pawn here. But you said it's create threat.
Okay, so now I'm gonna give you another term here. So the correct move is to move the queen here. And so now, if you look at this pawn here, this pawn is called a backwards pawn. Because when you look at this, normally let me just put the pawn like here, for example. This pawn cannot move forward, and so it's sort of stuck here. And if you can't push this pawn, you can't really push your pawns. You can't use these pawns and push them further up the board and take more space.
Is it worth it to utilize your queen that way?
Normally, I mean, it's not... It doesn't happen most of the time, because normally, like, if this was a modern day game, the player would push this pawn immediately.
Got it.
And they would just open up the diagonal like this, and there's nothing you really could do about it.
Like, you wouldn't usually be in this state of the board.
Right, because over time, like, if you're trying to create these sort of these chains of pawns in the center of the board, like, for example, let's say this queen is here, or actually, let me just make a random move. Like, say my queen was here, I can't ever stop this. And then it's very, very good. But with the queen being on the square, trying to create this pawn chain and take all the space in the center, it doesn't work because you can put your queen here. And you see the problem here is, how can white dislodge this queen from the square? Is there some way to attack it?
Not immediately. He would have to either move his bishop or his queen. And that would take at least 2 steps.
What would your next move be?
My reflex is to like also defend this position, but I'm trying to see if there is just a queen take that is better. Well, actually, he's in a sense defending here, so if I took, he takes, I take.
And you're ahead.
Yeah.
So
That's
I can't actually move the bishop here because you just take. What I would like to do is I want to move the bishop, so if your queen moves, I can just take the space in the center of the board. But I can't remove this queen from the center square. So I'm going to play the pawn here. So think about this bishop in terms of diagonals. Which diagonal do you want this bishop on? Like, this bishop is really good here, right?
I think you want him attacking this pawn.
So where would you move the bishop? Yeah, of course. It's a correct move.
Nice.
So now, I'm going to play pawn here. And this is something you need to be careful of, by the way. When you put a bishop on a diagonal, you need to be aware of where the pawns are. So if you were to move the bishop, just for example, to develop this bishop, you probably haven't seen this, but white can push this pawn here. And do you see what the problem is?
He's just all up in my face, and also my bishop is being attacked. And I have nowhere to go because it's being attacked all along this diagonal.
Exactly. So you have to be aware of these ideas when you put a bishop on a long diagonal, to be careful that your opponent doesn't get like a couple of pawns covering all these squares on the diagonal.
That's tough because I stopped the pawn chain moving towards the center, but created one moving towards my bishop.
Right. So actually, like, white's trying to attack on the edge of the board with these pawns, the very edge of the board. So in this situation, you want to keep the bishop here. You don't want the pawns attacking the bishop, because right now, if you think about it, white can't really do anything about this very nice bishop that's on this diagonal towards the white king.
So I think from this position or after this, because now that I see that you would just keep pushing, I feel like I would just take this and maybe later on bring my bishop out.
Not bad, not bad. So in this case, if white does take with the rook, you can actually put the bishop here.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at this diagonal, white has no pawns in the way of this bishop. When you look at all these light squares, like, you just have the queen and the bishop, and this is actually a battery, by the way. It's not a checkmate battery, but it's a battery. But now, for example, let me change.
But that's a good trade battery because it's rook, bishop, queen, queen.
So let's say I just change the pawns a little bit.
Okay.
This is actually not good now, because you see these pawns are in the way. So your queen and bishop are not defending each other. They're out of sync.
They're separated.
Right. And also this bishop, these pawns, like, the bishop can't get down to where this rook is anymore. Like, you could always take, but you just lose the bishop for a pawn.
Yep.
So these pawns they prevent this bishop from being in the game here on this diagonal. So, like, in this case, though, if you were able to play, actually, let me play rook a4. If you get this position, it's a very open diagonal. I can't put the pawns in the way on any of these light squares. So it's just your queen and your bishop are really, really strong.
As white, do you just like try to break that up or something, even if it's I guess that doesn't work, but
well, you have to be careful in this specific situation. It doesn't work because, let me just make a random move, because you can take with the pawn. Even though the rook is under attack, by the way. Be aware of these long diagonals. The queen is currently under attack. So, for example, if let me just make a couple moves. Like, in something like this position, this is very strong because the pawn is pinned. If I capture the pawn, I lose the rook. And so this is very strong for white with this bishop on the diagonal. So yes, white would want to try to do that.
I feel like pins are going to be so OP in the tournament.
Well, pins will happen in like the majority of your games. Some version of a pin, especially with the bishop, it will happen. Yeah, it's going to happen like all the time.
Because I feel like they're kind of the easiest thing to overlook. For maybe someone who's not really advanced, you know?
Yeah, I think it's easy because it's from long distance. Like you have to be aware that what the bishop are doing from very far away. It's very easy to like focus on.
Oh yeah, you called the bishop a sniper. I like that.
Yeah, I think that's the easiest way to think about them because it's just like they attack from really far away. It's very easy to forget that they're even there. So okay, so in this situation, you can't really bring the bishop out because what happens if you move the bishop here?
He is kind of stuck.
Well, you're actually attacking this rook. If it's your move, like if white just makes a random move, this is actually checkmate.
Wait.
But does white have a better move?
You just take.
Right, and when you take? Right, and now you've lost a queen and a bishop, and in return you only got one queen.
Yep.
So you just lost a ton of pieces here.
That's not worth.
So okay, so in this position you have a great queen, right? It's on a very good square. It's keeping an eye on the rook and an eye on the bishop. Your rook here is also pretty good, and your bishop here is fantastic. This isn't an outpost, but it can't really be dislodged. Like there are no pawns that are close enough to sort of attack it on these two squares that are closest to it. So this bishop is amazing, this queen is amazing, and this rook is amazing. So which pieces are not amazing here?
Maybe even this guy. It's not doing too much.
So remember, rooks want to be on open files.
Yep. Maybe do this.
It's not a bad move.
But it does kind of block.
Right, so correct move is actually move the bishop here. So first of all, this guards this pawn, because right now white is threatening to capture it. You have 1-2 attacking, and you only have 1 defending.
True.
But after this move, how do you finish your development, getting the last piece into the game?
I could double up my broskies, or I could do this. I don't know if that's
right. So
that adds up though.
Generally, when you have the what'd you call him? I forgot what you called him.
No, it was Leslie. I was watching your lesson with her, and she called the rooks bros or something.
Okay, so yeah, like when you have like the bros like this, they're really strong. When they're on a completely
the brokies.
When they're on a completely like open line, they're really strong normally, like really strong.
Yeah.
So now I'm just gonna play a random move here. I want to see if you can follow another theme and find a checkmate here.
I feel like it's something along the lines of this. Only option is this. Into this. Into this.
So yeah, you're looking for a back rank checkmate.
Or can I just do that? No, I can't do that. Yeah, so I think it's this. Oh, you know what? Let me just do it, and if it's wrong, then it's wrong.
Okay. So the problem with moving the rook down is that I capture your queen.
Oh, true.
You had it. You sort of started like hesitating and double and second guessing yourself. Right. And what happens when I take?
This, and you can't take.
Right. And this is actually, it's just a back rank checkmate. The king can't go anywhere. So you had it. That's what I'm saying. It's like you have the right idea, like the intuition, like what you're thinking is correct. You just have to like be a little bit more confident.
Yeah, sometimes I just tunnel too much on one specific like quadrant of the board, so I didn't see that like your queen was attacking. And legit, the way I counter that sometimes is I just make the chessboard smaller.
Okay. No, that's fine. I mean, whatever works.
It looks really funny on stream. I'm just playing
so like here, what happens if you capture? Why doesn't this work here?
Sorry, one sec.
No problem.
If I capture here, why doesn't it work?
Why isn't it a forced checkmate?
Well, here, because I don't have anything backing my queen.
Well, remember what the check. So if I.
But
take
after,
with the king,
after you take, then I take.
Right. Or wait, sorry, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, so after you capture, what can white play here? Right. And so you can actually still go down, and you'll win the queen because the queen can't move because it's pinned. But this isn't what you want to do.
But that's not.
So there's actually, I mean, you would never like there's a crazy move here that was played in the game. So black takes this bishop. So this looks insane, right? You're giving up the queen for one bishop.
Yep, but I assume it's because there's then a way to checkmate.
I want to see if you can
down
find the
this
next
file?
queen.
Okay.
I want to see if you can find it. Yeah. So what do you think the moves are? Okay. Yeah, you can play the moves.
Okay, but this is me still braining it out. So what I was thinking is check, and then you move here, and then... Well, I don't think this works, because then you just take, and I don't retake. So it must be something else.
So do you remember what I said about these three pawns before?
Yeah, it's not nice to have them like this.
Right. So how do you try to make a checkmate here?
I don't know if it's via this. And also we have this bishop. Do you mean from this position or a position ago?
I mean, this was the game. Yeah, this is the correct move.
Okay.
So it's a little bit different because this is a rook, it's not a queen, so you don't have this idea with the checkmate on the square.
Ah, I see.
So white moves the rook over here. Mm-hmm. And now this is very difficult. But first of all,
I feel like you try to make like one move of space. Sorry, go ahead.
One move of space for who? For black or for white?
Basically what I'm saying is like, if you had one extra move where the rook isn't taking something, then you get checkmate. Okay, go ahead, explain it your way.
So first things first, let's say I move my rook here. Mm-hmm. I want to see if we can find a checkmate. Right, if you move there, I can recapture.
It's not in one move, is it?
It's two moves.
That's okay.
Like it's technically three, but two moves basically.
Two moves on my end.
Yes.
Okay. So I feel like it's one of two options. Either I'm baiting the rook away like this, or I'm taking this piece to kind of create more pressure here. So let's see. We'll go one option at a time. Or maybe even I go here. Okay, one option at a time. If I were to take this, I think you're...
Now one thing that I would say is remember, in this position, your opponent has an extra queen for one bishop. So time is really, really important here. Like you can't just make moves that don't count, because otherwise your opponent having an extra queen for one bishop will be able to defend the weak king position here.
Mm-hmm. So are you telling me to think faster and just do it?
So sort of like what are the checks like one thing is you want to be always looking for checks when you're trying to attack your opponent.
Okay. So it's most likely a check into an extra move, not a setup move into a checkmate. In which case it would be this. And then you...
Okay, so I'll show you the first move. The first move is to trade the rooks.
Ah. And then... Ah, I've blocked this off. I think. Yeah.
So what's the move? Right. I mean, technically, white can move the queen back, but what's your next move?
Is it this bishop? Hold on, let me brain it through.
So think about all your pieces.
Okay, if I take this, I no longer have checkmate or check at all. Or I can. Oh, it's also blocking. Okay, I'm defended here. Sorry, I was thinking the king takes back. Yes.
Right. So this is just a forced checkmate. So this is like when.
Okay,
like,
that's a pattern I have not seen before. Like bishop.
Yeah. So
defending
the pattern, if you've done puzzles that you've
rook.
probably seen, is I'm just gonna. Well, actually, no. I have a puzzle after this anyway. It's very similar theme. So But yeah, normally when you see the checkmate, the one that you're going to see more commonly than this one is something like, let me see, how can I set this up? The more common theme you're going to see is something, wait, actually, sorry, let's just checkmate 1 second. It's something like, let me just make a couple of random moves. It's something like this checkmate, where the bishop is covering these sorts of squares. Like where you see the
I haven't
bishop
even
on this
seen
side.
this before.
You did a checkmate. You did
Like
you
this?
did a puzzle. You did a puzzle. It was slightly different, but yes, there was a puzzle you did. I think it was 5 days ago. Something like
I don't remember if they were like there was no other pieces.
Well, I mean, I can show you the basic setup of what the puzzle was.
You've just memorized it?
Yeah, it was something like where you got the rook with the check down here, and you had a bishop. I think the bishop was technically on this square, not on this square. And then it was this checkmate. So it's a little bit. It's like
okay.
it's
This
like
one for me is a bit
back.
easier to see. Actually, I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean this is much more common. Like the checkmate, like this sort of checkmate, like as I just make this one. This is much more common. Whether it's the bishop here or the bishop here,
it's the
where
same.
you have the rook. Yeah, this checkmate is much more common than the one than the other one that occurs in this situation. This is very different. This one does not occur often. There is a kind of a similar one where it's not a bishop, where you get something like let me just make some random moves. There is a checkmate that can occur like this, which is actually much more common.
Because it kind of serves similarly, but you can't do the exact. Oh, well, your queen is covered, so it's okay.
Right, exactly. There's no way to move the queen back. Exactly.
Got it. Actually, could I go to the bathroom real quick?
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
Feel free to talk to my chat if you'd like.
Yeah. Yeah, so those of you guys who are watching this, I mean, like, what I'm saying, I think it's like, I mean, I guess it's hard to rationalize this if you're so new to the game, so you assume everyone sees all these sorts of tactics through these puzzles. But what I would say is that, like, I think certain people are more naturally sort of gifted. They see these sorts of these sorts of patterns. Like even if the order is slightly wrong or she's overthinking it, like the general notion of seeing what the idea is there. So I think a lot of it is about just having more confidence. Of course, if you're so new to the game, it's not. I mean, it's not going to be easy. Because of course, like, well, I'm new to the game. Obviously, I'm like, can't be that good. But what I would also say is, the more I think about this, the more that I think, stop being so weird. Stop saying plug this, plug that, please. Give me a break. But what I would say is that I think she should definitely be playing. Give us ads, good one. Yeah, okay, you want ads? They're your ads, you guys. There, I just gave you some ads. Are you happy now? Anyway, as I was saying, Bishop G2 was a checkmate as well, you guys. But what I was gonna say is that, like, I think she should be playing much more aggressive openings. I haven't really thought about this in depth yet, but I certainly hope to help her more with the event going forward. I mean, it's still like 6 weeks away, but based on the way that she's visualizing or what she's seeing in terms of the patterns, I think she should definitely play much more aggressively. I think she should play very aggressively. So I think that's good. I can hear everything on her channel so funny. Yeah, I mean, it's all good. But anyway, yeah, so this is very, very good so far. Very, very good. In 6 weeks, yeah, it's gonna be like last 2 weeks of February, you guys. last weeks of February. So like even like I don't expect her to go like full Hafumu, but even if she just does a little bit here and there, I think certainly she's gonna get really good really quickly. Aggressive, I mean, you play like openings where like you play gambits, kind of like Forsen style, except better than Forsen. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say that. But something like that. Anyway, yeah, like playing gambits that are like legitimately good. So let's put it that way. Anyway. But see, you know what I would also say, guys, is like what I'm showing Pokey. I think like if XQC had done some of these sorts of things, like he could have had the improvement he's had much quicker. But because of the way he's approached it, it's like games over and over. It starts to click at some point, but like the process, it takes a lot longer, I think. I said there are 4 players in PogChamps: Pokimane, Ludwig, Moist Critical, and Logic the Rapper. So yeah. But yeah, this is very good, very, very good. And I think when you see the concepts over and over, like it's like it starts to stick. So like I'm also gonna give her a similar pattern with this bishop and rook checkmates. I actually inadvertently I have a puzzle that I put in my database as well. So I want to see if she can like find a solution.
Find a solution to what?
To another puzzle very similar to this game.
Okay.
Okay, so in this position, white moves the rook here. So this move is not the correct move, although I think it actually it almost works as well.
Mm-hmm.
But let's just say white pushes the pawn. What would your next move be here? How do you try to make a checkmate?
I'm looking at this, but let me see why that perhaps does not work.
Say something. I feel like normally when I ask a question, you assume it's a trick question.
Maybe that's my puzzle reflex, because sometimes they give you really bait ones. But yeah, I think this. I mean, that's good.
Yeah, exactly. So like when I like ask this, it's like it's complete information. So it's like if there's a solution, it's just there. It really shouldn't matter like whether I ask it, who asked the question. It's like there should be a solution.
Okay.
There always should be a solution.
I think just saying like what first comes to mind, and then trying to just. The reason I say it like that is because I'm still playing it out to see if it doesn't actually work out.
Well, I mean, I could say that's actually true across the board, because like even when you have professional competitions, almost always the first instinct or the first thought is generally correct.
Go with your gut.
Exactly, yeah. So like that I think applies across the board when it comes to chess. So, like generally the first thought is it's going to be right, especially if you have a natural like predisposition towards like, you know, seeing these patterns. Like the first instinct is going to be right most of the time, I would say.
5 head.
So this bishop move is good, but this is also actually a good move. So I'm just gonna play a couple more moves. And so now, actually, I guess it doesn't really matter because this game ends the same way. It ends with this idea again, creating the checkmate.
Yeah. I really love having 2 bishops beside each other.
Yeah, bishops.
You just like block so much. It's amazing. Well, I guess.
Right. So this is also why bishops are. I mean, a lot of people say they're better than knights, but that it only really applies when you're attacking or when there's very limited pieces on the board.
Mm-hmm. Because then they just take up so much space. Free real estate.
Like, for example, think about this bishop. Like it covers all these squares on the diagonal. White can't really. For example, what white would really love to do is have this rook attacking this pawn here and on an open file. But the bishop here basically prevents that for the whole game.
Yeah. Actually, when I first started playing like a week ago, that was one of the things that kind of bothered me, that bishops and knights are both 3 points when it kind of feels like bishops should be much more. But then I guess it's just like the early advantage that knights have, being able to jump over pieces, is it kind of evens it out.
Yeah, so again, every situation is different, but in general, bishops are slightly better than knights as the game progresses, but early on knights are much better than the bishops.
Makes sense.
Is what I would say. So, okay, since you like, let me set up another position, 1 second.
You know, I Googled why can't queens move like a knight? And the answer was because they're not on a horse. Yep.
Queens can't move like knights because they're not on.
Yeah. Yep.
I have not Googled that. That's a new one to me too.
To be fair, it adds up. It makes sense.
All right, I'm just opening another
good
window.
one, Pokey. Thanks, chat. It wasn't me. It was Google.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna show you another game. This is like a very short game, but it's a forced checkmate. So, so there's the same development. Black pushes the pawn. So normally, you want to play in the center of the board here. So white pushes the pawn. Black moves the bishop here. So the knight is pinned temporarily, right? With the queen on d1 under attack. So white takes. Now let's say black were to take this pawn here. Just do just what's under attack or how you can win material here.
Yep, your queen has been made bare. However, your king is still defending it. I can take also.
So what happens if you capture this pawn here? You're looking at this from the white side, right?
Yep.
Okay. So what would black's next move be here?
Then he takes queen, so I don't take.
Well, actually, yeah, but you would actually take with the queen, and this is checkmate.
That's even worse. So I think I need to do something about this essentially open file. Is there a way that I can block and attack a piece at the same time?
Well, right now you see you would love to capture this pawn, but you can't do that because if you move the knight, you lose your queen. So there's what's called breaking the pin in a sense. So like, for example, let's say your queen is here. There's no longer a pin. You're free, let's just say I make a move to capture the pawn because the queen is not on any of these light squares anymore. So
Okay.
Is there another move here?
Another way to do that?
So you would love to capture this pawn.
Perhaps this to cover it instead?
Okay, that's a good move. But
I guess
actually,
it's
you can
more
just-
like
you can just
blocking than... But you take.
take. Right, and then what's your next move?
Then I take.
Right, and there's nothing on this diagonal for the bishop to capture.
That's a +1. Is that worth it?
Yes. Well, it's worth it, not just because it's +1, but because your opponent has moved their king. So
Oh,
once you move the
yeah. Which is good because he can't castle anymore.
king, exactly. Yep. Perfect. So here, black trades the bishop for the knight.
Oh, I have to say, I have this habit that I probably, or reflex that I need to break, which is that, like, in my mind, my queen is worth much more than anything else. Like, she's supposed to be worth 9, but I'm just so afraid to give her up because I know the queen-king checkmate so well.
I mean, I think if it's an even trade, a queen for a queen, then
Does that favor the better player or the worse player?
Normally, that's going to favor the better player.
Okay. I need to just
So
keep that in mind and be confident. Like, I want to trade my queen because I'm better than them.
Well, yeah, but I think actually the style, what you should play for openings, should be much more aggressive without queen trades.
Okay.
Okay, so there's this even trade here. So how would you try to create a checkmate here if you're white? So you want to threaten a checkmate.
I see this diagonal, but also it's blocked by this. So let's see if there's anything else.
So remember, when you want to create a checkmate, you need to use like the queen and another piece.
Skewer. Otherwise, wait, no.
So remember, before it was the queen and the knight. So now think about like the queen and the bishop here.
I feel like I move him, but I'm trying to figure out if I move him here or here. Because I don't like how moving him here just gets blocked like this.
Yeah, very good.
So maybe I move him out like this and try to get my queen here somehow. That would take 2 moves.
Queen
yeah.
here.
Oh,
well, when you go here, it's threatening right away
true.
on the square.
Oh, that's like Scholar's Mate.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, it's like it's a version of it. Exactly.
Okay.
So black blocks this. I wonder, can you find a way to attack this pawn now? Because right now, if you capture the pawn, I just recapture your bishop. So, but if you go here, I capture your queen. But that's good. So what's another way to try to attack this pawn where you can capture it and your opponent won't be able to recapture the bishop?
Directly attack or remove the defender?
Directly attack. But is there a way that you can try to? Okay, so is there a way that you can try to remove this defender?
Like this, I think.
That's a good move. But if you want to remove it, like if you go here, you move your bishop here and you capture the knight. That's just a bishop for 1 knight. So is there another way to try to?
Tactics.
Right. So you want to remove this knight. Is there another move that you can play here?
My knight is gone.
Right. So what you basically, like, if you move the bishop, you'll trade the bishop for the knight. But you really want to either capture this knight, where like the knight is worth 3 and there's something less, or your opponent moves their knight away from this square and then you capture this pawn.
I think. Oh wait. Can I not do this?
Okay, so there are a couple things. So I'm talking about a theme of removing this defender. So one way to try and remove it would be to push this pawn. Now, I'm not saying that you should do this, but it's just so you see the concept.
And then push it again? Sorry, I was looking at yeah.
Because if I move the knight, then what's your next move? Right, and that's checkmate.
Checkmate, yeah.
The bishop protects the queen. And if I don't move my knight, like if I just say move, or if I just castle, then you take the knight with your pawn. And the knight is worth 3 and the pawn is worth 1.
So it's very worth, yeah.
Right. Now, in this case, it's a little bit aggressive to try and push your pawns, but try and like push your pawns out really early before you develop your king.
And before you've castled, yeah.
Right. But in this case, this is a slight exception. It's not about pushing the pawn, but is there a way to try and put more pressure on this pawn on f7?
The only quick way I see is this. But you can't because he takes, yeah, I know. So I'm trying to think of something else.
Is there another square?
Wait, if I do this, then I am doubling up on it.
What's that called?
Skewer. I think.
It's a battery.
Oh.
It's the right move.
Yes,
by the way,
sorry,
but
battery. Skewer is when you're
it's
going through 2 things. I don't know.
So like the battery, like here, this actually, why is this so strong? Do you see like what's happening here? You're attacking this pawn.
And actually, is it still checkmate? I know it's check.
Okay, so let me move my knight here. You capture. I move my king. Try to find a checkmate.
I think.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Nothing can take.
Checkmate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. This is
Very
so
nice.
early on in the game too.
Right. So You'll see, actually, now that you've seen this checkmate with the bishop and the queen, you'll see puzzles that have checkmates like this. But secondly, besides this threat of this pawn, it's a double attack on both these pawns at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're attacking the pawn next to the king with 2, but you're also attacking this pawn. And there's no way for black to defend both of these. Now, for example, let's say we reach this position. Can black defend both these pawns with one move?
You'd have to do this.
Yeah. There are 3 squares. You can go to this one, or this one. But all 3 of these squares, basically, they defend both of the pawns at the same time.
Would you prefer this one because it's defended by 2?
Wait, which one? So actually, let me ask you a question. This
or is it bad
be
because
of the game? But why is this move this is actually a very bad move. Why is this a bad move?
I think because if my queen ever takes, it'll probably be checkmate.
So, something more complex.
Because it's easily pinned?
Okay, yeah, so you can actually, this is going to turn into the game, but why is this square much worse than, say, this square?
If I do this and then I do this...
Okay, so...
Oh, wait, do you mean this one or this one?
This one is much worse. This is much worse than these 2 squares. Why is this one much worse?
If I take here, your queen can't take right now. I'd have to be here and then if I take. But if I do this, your queen will just take.
Yeah, so the reason this one's much worse is because think about this bishop and this rook. This queen blocks this bishop. The bishop it can't come out. So for example, if I move my queen here, this bishop has 3 squares that it can be developed to.
True.
But with
She's pause champing him.
Exactly. Yeah. You're pause champing your whole all your pieces basically.
True.
So, okay. So in the game, black moves the queen here. Now, white probably should have taken this pawn, but they didn't. They moved the knight. Black pushed the pawn. So now both the pawns are protected, and white moved the bishop here. So what is this called?
A pin.
Right. So you can't move the knight, or else you lose the queen. So black pushes this pawn. White takes. Black takes. White takes here. So white has given up 1 knight for 2 pawns. But if you look at the black pieces, they have not really been developed in this position.
At all, yeah.
So black goes here. And now, in this is a case where you actually castle the king this way, to the queen side of the board, castling long. So you castle long, and the reason... Well, so if you look at the position, you see these 2 bishops? There actually are multiple pins here.
Yep.
So I can't move the knight because otherwise I lose my king. But also you're threatening to take the knight because let's say I push the pawn and you capture. What happens if I capture with the knight?
I capture with the bishop.
Right. So this is actually really powerful because there are both the bishops are pinning the knights and the queen, or the king and the queen. Sorry. So black moves the rook here. Actually, let's say I castle. Can you find a checkmate in 2? So try to make some checks here and attack the king.
Sorry, I'm looking at my options. I see this check.
Other checks? Are there any other checks?
Ooh. Okay, sorry, not this check. I'm just seeing that it defends it. And also just this.
Are there any other checks?
This.
Okay, so this is actually the correct move. Now I move my king up.
Because that's the least, defended one, basically. If I do this, I'm protected. But I'm also... Oh, actually, I think this is better, because then I'm in his face.
It's also the end of the game.
Yeah.
Because the king can't go here since your rook has, the rook covers a square. So it's actually checkmate. So
I like the in-your-face checkmates.
Right, so if you ever get the bishop and like the queen, again though, it's the same thing. Like, you see how the bishop and the queen are really close to the king again. Like, once the king has no pawns and there's nothing around the king, the bishop and the queen are really, really stronger. So it's kind of like the same checkmate in a way.
Oh, you castled queenside because the king ended up queenside, and that gives your rook more power? Is that correct?
It's just the king goes over 2 and the rook goes over 3
No,
squares.
I mean here.
Well, right. So when you castle to the king side, it's like this. When you castle to the queen side, it's actually like this. Versus like normally you would think if you castle to the other side, it would be
Like here and here.
Yeah, let me just make a couple. Yeah, it'd be like something like you would think this is with the castle,
Yeah.
but it's not the same on that side. It's the king goes over 2 and the rook goes over 3. So like in this case, like for example, you know, if it was like the king side castle, it would not be effective because the rook is just there's a pawn in front of the rook.
Is there Can you like castle into a check?
No, if you're in check, you can't castle into a check. And let me just make a couple of moves. Just to give
Can
you
you
an example.
castle to check them? Like if the king was here and my pieces were normal, I can castle. Oh, interesting.
But like black here can't castle because when you move the king over 2 squares, it can't go through a square where it would be under attack.
I
so
see.
like black cannot move the king because
Even
the
if
king
it
would
ends
have to
up in a
cross the
square where it's not attacked?
Correct, because it would have to cross the square, which right now the rook would capture the king. So you can't castle if you're having to castle through a square where your king would be under attack.
Got it.
But you're right that basically if your opponent's king is like here, you can gladly castle and check the king.
Okay.
So that is correct.
My brain is expanding.
You're doing very well. You're doing very, very well.
Am I for being 1 week at
chess? Yeah, you're doing very well. You're doing very, very well. So black moves this rook over to protect. And so now like you're trying to like in this position you're behind by 1 rook right now. Your opponent has a queen, a bishop, knight, and 2 rooks. You have a queen, 2 bishops, and a rook. So you're behind by 1 rook. But you don't really want to say get rid when you're behind.
No, because it like gets rid of your potential checkmate.
Right. So the correct move is actually to move the rook here. And the reason is because black cannot capture the rook because your king is still pinned. And the queen is also still pinned. So like you can't really move this knight. But you can
capture. Yeah.
Right. So black moves his queen to break the pin of the queen on this diagonal from this bishop on this dark square.
I am thinking maybe then it's worthwhile to trade, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so this is the correct move. Black has.
Yeah.
And now I want to see if you can find a checkmate here. And if I capture?
I think you can't. Wait, I'm trying to brain it through. And then if I do this, then I'm good, right?
Yeah, that's checkmate. That's the end of the game.
You made it sound like that was the wrong thing.
Well, I mean, it wasn't so much about that. It's that like you found that really, really quickly. Like,
I'm telling you, back ranked. Well, it's not really that, but.
Well, yeah, it's similar. Though.
It's similar because like the piece is behind. And can't really take. Yeah.
Exactly. No, that's absolutely perfect. I could not have done that better myself.
Got it. Okay, now you're memeing.
No, I mean everyone in my chat is kind of shocked too. That was just like that was really, really.
Really?
Impressive.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Yeah, because normally like this is why like now you're making me think about openings and these sorts of things because like a lot of times people who are very new to the game, they're very defensive, like giving up like sacrificing a queen, looking to attack right away. It's not easy to do.
Yeah.
It's very, very difficult. Okay.
It's not intuitive to like yeet your queen out, but if you get checkmate, it's very worth it.
Exactly. Yeah. No, that was that's
Nice.
very, very good.
Woo!
Wow. Let me think. So do you want to keep going, or is your brain fried? Like, how are you doing?
I keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say when you were talking about openings and stuff, the only thing I've learned so far, only a very little bit, is the London system, because a system is unlike an opening in the sense that you can always do a system, but you can't always do an opening. It's dependent also on what your opponent does, right?
Right. Okay. That being said, I don't actually think that's we'll look at some openings. I don't think that's the best idea, because based on what I'm seeing in terms of how you're spotting these combinations or these
I should learn some aggressive openings, is what you're gonna say, huh?
Exactly. Yes. Okay. Let me think. What is a good starting point? All right. I think. Okay. So first, you're still in the winner. Okay. I think you should play e4 with white. Let's say your opponent plays pawn to c5. So I don't think most of your opponents are going to probably do this move. I think most of your opponents are most likely to push the pawn to the center. But I think what you should play is you should actually play this gambit variation, which is play d4.
Botas gambit? Sorry.
No, this is actually a different gambit. That's when you lose your queen for nothing.
Okay, can I just say, for up until like 2 days ago, this whole time, I thought the Botas gambit was like a very elaborate move where you like sacrifice your queen to get a checkmate. It wasn't until like 2 days ago where someone was like, no, you just lose the queen. It ends there. That's it.
Yep. Yeah, it's slightly different. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to do that. You definitely don't want to do that. So what I'm gonna recommend, like, is there are many opening setups. I mean, I can't even explain everything just like right now because there's too many different setups. But let's say we'll take a look at the Sicilian setup, which is this when you push your pawn in front of the king and they push the pawn next to their queen 2 squares, and then also a little bit of just the symmetrical. Both players push the pawns. So let's say black pushes the pawn here. What I'm gonna recommend you play is you push this pawn.
He takes.
Black takes. And you play this pawn push. So when your opponent takes, they've actually captured 2 of your pawns, and you're only going to capture 1 of their pawns after this move.
But my advantage is perhaps diagonal and queen moves and diagonal here. But I don't know what's next.
Yeah. No. You're absolutely right. Basically, the biggest reason is that your opponent can develop their knight, for example. And both players have developed a knight. But the big advantage is that you get this bishop on this really long diagonal immediately.
And it's the same one that your queen can go to attack the weak pawn?
Right. Or you can move the queen here, or you can move the queen here and attack.
Oh, true.
So normally your opponent's probably going to say push this pawn here. And the reason is to prevent you from attacking this pawn here next to the king. But now you can move your knight out. And again, you see black had to waste a move by pushing the pawns. You have both your knights and your bishop developed, and your opponent only has 1 knight developed here. So now let's say black moves this knight out here. In a previous, I think at the very start, I explained, like, if you move this knight out, you have to be very aware of the knight being attacked early. So is there a move potentially that you could play here?
Yeah. I don't know if there's another one, but that's the first one I saw.
That's a good move. But actually, what you can do is you can actually attack this knight right away.
Oh, true.
Because
I guess I just.
Pawn.
Oh yeah.
And now, if black moves the knight to the center, you can capture. And which way would you capture this pawn here in the center?
Reflex is this way, but I actually think you do queen and then checkmate, hopefully, unless they have something to counter it. But I don't think so.
Yeah, this is completely correct.
So is this just like the long bait? The long con?
Yeah, so this is like trying to be very aggressive and attack at the very start of the game.
Ah. Wow. I feel like I will have to study that sequence of moves just to see alternate.
Well, there's a lot more to
Yeah.
it. I mean, there's a lot more to it, but it's like just showing the basics of what happens. So like now, just like from a visual, like kind of when you look at this bishop here, you see how it's on essentially an open diagonal. Let me just move so I can illustrate it better. It's on this diagonal that's completely open. So the bishop is attacking towards the pawn here. And if you go back to this position, like one of the reasons I pushed this pawn in front of my king was to close this diagonal. So the bishop it's not really attacking anything. There's just this pawn in the way, so you can never really get towards where the king is. So normally, like your opponent, like if your opponent's playing this position, they'll push the pawn first. And the reason is because when they do this move and you push the pawn, they kind of have to move the knight to the sort of the edge of the board. Now let me say I move my knight here.
That's very grim.
I want to. Yes, but can you figure out why? There's actually a puzzle here that's really good. Or it's like a puzzle solution.
Okay. Let me think about it. If I can't think of anything, I'm going to ask for number of moves. Because I find...
No, it's one move here. So the knight
okay.
So this knight is really misplaced here. Is there a good move? Try and win the knight?
I think so. I am thinking about a couple things. If there's some way that I can move this knight to force you to move something, then I can take the knight for free with my queen. I see a little fork right here, but I mean, you take and I take. Yeah, so not really. Well, I guess maybe I just move him here. And then I'm kind of attacking these, but I don't know.
It's not a bad idea.
Or I move, him here. And then I'm attacking these two, even though they're defended.
Right, that's not bad either. But actually, the correct move is this is important. Like, you don't want to do this unless you're trying to attack. But normally you don't want to push a pawn here because you would like to castle your king. But in this case, you're attacking this knight.
So it's worth it?
Where can the knight go?
Only here.
And then you capture it. And as the knight goes here, you capture it. So the knight's actually trapped. So that's why if your opponent brings the knight out early, you can push this pawn. And the knight ends up in a lot of trouble here.
Ah. Okay, got it. I will try to memorize.
I mean, it's not I mean, a big deal yet, but like the
I think
point
it's
is
more
just
about
have a basic setup.
Yeah, just when it comes to like bishops, it's very easy to see like they spread out via the diagonals. With knights, I just have to start remembering like the specific spots that they can go, and especially if they come out a little bit early and I have some pieces developed. And if he does this, he only has 2 spots to go. And if I can remember that visually, then I know where to push to trap them, essentially. That's what I'm saying. I need to
But I think the reason that I like the setup as well is because like it's a very easy. So normally black's probably going to push pawn to prevent that. So like they can push this pawn, you castle, and they bring the knight out. Because normally black wants to develop, but if you can force the knight to move at the very start of the game before you can bring the bishop and get your king out of the center, it's very bad. But the development is very easy. So like when you have the white pieces, you will move the queen here. Black will move the bishop, and you'll actually move the rook here.
That's so nice for my rook.
Also because you're pinning this pawn potentially. So like if black castles, you could maybe even play a move like this. And if black captures a pawn, you lose the queen.
True. I also am able to bring my bishop out on this nice diagonal.
And when I push my pawn here?
I think well, okay, let me see for a second. I have 2 ways to take. If I take like this and you take, I take. If I take like this and you take, I also take. But I think I take with the bishop because if you don't take because you're pinned, then I can...
Yeah. So actually, you're right, but here you take with the knight, and not the bishop. And the reason you take with the knight is because you see these bishops again. They're on these diagonals towards where the king is.
Ah, got it. So here, no, sorry. After this, this, take. As black, what do you do?
I mean, you're just doing very well as white. But
yeah.
to sort of build upon this, let's just say I move my bishop here. So this is a sort of a reasonable move because I want to take away this bishop. It's really, really dangerous on this diagonal. So now I want to see, okay, so you trade the bishops. And now you take this pawn. Let me take it. And what's your next move? Yeah. And this is a fork.
Yep.
And so what happens when I move my knight?
Nom.
And when I take?
I want to say I take, but I don't know about that. Give me a second to brain. I feel like...
And what happens when I move my king? Exactly, and you're just ahead. You're up one knight.
Yes. You can't take back.
Exactly, because your queen protects your rook.
Yeah.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Yay!
That's great. So now
sometimes after a move, I'm doing this, like I'm looking out into the horizon because I'm like, I didn't look at that the whole way through. But yeah. Okay,
but I mean,
out.
you can't really see the whole solution to the end, but it's like your intuition is very, very good. Like in terms of what you think is the right move, like your first instinct is right most of the time. You might, like the order might be slightly off, but generally the move that you come up with is correct.
Okay.
It is generally very correct.
Yay!
So like the reasoning behind this opening is that what you play for when you do this opening, is that you basically try to get your king castled. You want to let's say black pushes the pawn. You want to move your bishops out, so you get the bishops, and you want to put your rooks on these two squares. So in black castle, you go rook here.
By the way, why is it that you decide to do this rook and not this one?
Very good question. The reason for that is because you'll notice, let me just put the queen here, is that this is actually, it's not a completely open file for the rook. There are a couple pieces in the way. But at some point down the road, you're probably going to move this knight or move this bishop and try to put pressure with this rook. So if you think about it from this standpoint, let me just put the rooks on these two squares. The rook here is behind this pawn in the center.
You're kind of blocking your other broski.
Exactly.
Got it.
So normally what you want to do is like you want these rooks on these open lines. So like if you think back to what I said at the start, I'll just make a couple of random moves here. Like, you know, if you remember, there was that example I gave before where you wanted to push a pawn and open the line for the rook. You wanted to open this file for this rook. So kind of that's the reason that you want to put this rook here so that your rooks, even if it's not completely open, it is still as open. The rooks are really, really placed since there are no pawns sort of in front of this rook. And then this pawn here is under a lot of attack from this rook and this bishop.
Okay.
So this is very, very good. So I'm trying to think about like what. So also like let's just say your opponent, for example, when you try to gambit the pawns, they're like, no, I don't want to capture the pawn here. You can then try to force your opponent to capture by bringing your knight out, because again, you want to move the bishops, castle, move the queens to these two center squares. Right?
Yep.
So let's just say I ignore it. At some point, you're going to have to capture.
Yeah.
So you can recapture. Now you actually get pawns in the center.
Quite good for me. Do you not capture here as black?
Well...
I know it's not advantageous.
Or not accept it.
Ah, I see.
So, like, when you get to, like, this sort of position also, let's just say your opponent tries to play in the center, you can close this down. So you see black is a pawn chain again. Yeah. But this bishop is kind of inside the pawn chain. I don't know what term you want to use for it, but basically it's not like on this square. If it was on this square, attacking the knight would be a lot better than where it's at. Yeah. So this is, like, really good. And then just, like, let me see if I have a game. I think I have a game to illustrate. Like, when you get pawns like this, what you want to do is you want to put the bishop on this. Let me just make some moves. Let me get this. You want to put the bishop on this square because it keeps an eye on this diagonal. Wow. So let's say black moves here.
Oh, for the inevitable castle. Got it.
And now there's this term. It's called the Greek gift. It's where you basically gambit. You give away your bishop, and your opponent thinks it's like a gift. It's
for
like,
free.
Yeah, it's like the Trojan horse from 2,000 years ago. But in fact, it's like you actually are. It's really, really good. So what happens when I take the bishop?
There's check here.
And what happens when I go here?
I do this. Wait. I mean, I can see in 2 moves how this would be lovely. I'm trying to see if there's anything that blocks it, but I don't think so, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's just completely winning.
Checkmate,
here.
yeah.
Checkmate. So now I'm going to bring my king forward here. So now you can't really bring the queen out,
but I feel like this is a really bad position for your...
It is. So I want to see if you can figure out where to move the queen.
Okay. My first thought is to move her here so she defends and also is kind of pressuring the king. I can also move here to block him, but I don't know if that's good. Or here. I was trying to think of like defending the knight diagonally. Or
so again,
if
what I
this,
said before,
I think you take. So
well, the bishop actually is protecting the knight.
Oh, that's true. I was so tunneled on the queen.
Well, I said it's a queen move, so it is a queen move, and like I said before, the original instinct was correct. Like, this is the correct move.
Oh, okay. Yay!
So I'm gonna make a random move, and I want you to find the best discover check, because you see how the king is here and the queen is here.
Yep. Discover check means that I need to move the knight out of the way. I assume that I need to move him in a place where he is, like, the king can't capture it ideally, but also a place where he's blocking off a lot of space for my king. So let's just see here. He'd be blocking off here and here. If I go here, he's really only blocking this spot, which is not good. So again, confirming this is knight move, right? If I do this, the king can take, which I don't like, because then he's moving back. But maybe moving back is good because I trap him, I think.
Well, think about it this way. If you move the knight backwards, I'm just going to retreat with my king and get it back to safety. Right now, the king's sort of been lured out from like its nest here. Like, the king is out in the open. Like, I'd love to get my king back to the square right here.
Yeah. So, I want to say it's this.
So if you move the knight here, I can move my king backwards, though. And I'm, again, heading right back towards this, toward the square that I want. I'd love to get my king behind these pawns where I have more defense.
Then do I maybe take one of the pawns to ruin your defense?
So what are the possible moves that you can play? I guess that's the easiest way to think it through.
Here, here. Oh, maybe this is quite nice. Here. Let's see.
So which one do you think it is?
If I do this, I am blocking off quite a lot of space. But also the bishop can take. But that can't be the move that you do because you're in check. Can we just play it out?
Sure, go for it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not really sure how...
But
I don't get check. Yeah, I don't get check that way.
You need more experience with the knights because you have a better move.
Yeah.
You have a much better move.
Oh.
Close.
I don't like that though. It blocks my queen. Yeah.
So remember when you want to try to create checkmates, normally you need like two pieces sort of in harmony. They're like one guards the other one.
Oh.
Right, and that's the end of the game.
Oh. Okay, yeah, that's something that I need to. You know how you can look up like how to checkmate with this and that. I need to look up how to checkmate with knight and queen.
I think in general, like you need to do like more with just knights, just with knights. That's it. Just like more with knights. That's all you really need to do. Because like you're seeing like your first instinct is generally pretty good. Like seeing moving this queen out where it's like it's towards the king. That's like already that's like really good instincts of like where you should put your queen.
It's like hitting two birds with one stone because you're like creating pressure on the king, but also protecting your piece.
Right, so it's like also when you think about this king, like if I move the king out of the way here, you can still play the same thing. Because now your bishop is attacking the king.
True.
So this is why, like, when you do this, you're like, for example, let me just make some moves. Like, if you move the knight backwards and my king can get to safety, it's much safer here than it was when it was out in the open. Because when the king is up here, there are no pieces really that I can bring into the game.
Do I not still have checkmate in a couple though?
Well, your opponent can push this pawn here. This is the one move that your opponent can play to attack the queen.
Oh, sorry. I mean, if your king moves back here and the pawn is still there.
Yeah, so I can move the king back. And what's your move here?
I want to do this and this.
Right, so, so you move here. Let me move my rook over.
Then it is not checkmate yet. But is there something else I can do?
Okay, so I'll play this move. Try to find a rook lift.
A rook lift on my end? Wouldn't I need to get my rook out?
Well, I said try to find a rook lift, so it's actually not. It's not like I'm not trying to trick you. So okay, just play it. Okay, I'm gonna take your pawn.
Okay.
Well, if you go here though, I can capture with my pawn.
So I'd have to go just up here.
And what's your next move gonna be if I just play like just some normal move?
Then I do this, and then I do this. And then this is blocked, and it's checkmate. Wait, no, it's not, because you can take here. But then I take... Oh, that's a lot of taking. Oh, geez.
So think about this king.
Oh, just here. Oh! Wow.
Yeah, it's just checkmate. King has nowhere to go here.
Okay, sorry. Can you tell me the definition of a rook lift again?
So rook lift is normally when you bring a rook into the center of the board, and then you bring it up either to like this square on this third row or the fourth row, and then you're going to swing it over to one side. So for example, Let me just make some random moves. For example, a rook lift could also be where you're going to swing it over to this side of the board as well. But it just means you bring the rook up and then you swing it over to one of the sides.
I see. I was thinking a rook lift, like where I'm lifting up another piece. But okay, I get it now.
So yeah.
A bro lift, you know, bros lifting together. But here it's just the rook doing all the lifting.
Exactly. So one last thing. So let's say you move the rook up here, and I'm going to move my knight here. So I'm attacking your rook.
I mean, I still do the same thing, don't I?
And now when I block.
I feel like something along the lines of boom, bam, boom, bam. Let's just see what happens there.
Yeah, that's the end of the game.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yay. That was my instinct. I wasn't sure if it was good.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I'm not even really sure what to say, but what I would say in general is like, your instincts for attacking are really, really good. Like, this is like why I was saying, like, if you do these puzzles, more and more of them, like, it's all gonna sort of come together because you're already seeing these checkmates that I would not really be expecting you to see at this stage since you're so new to the game.
There's potential.
I mean, yeah, I'll just say that. I don't want to like put too much pressure, but I think like you're doing very, very well. This is like really, really good for 1 week. This is like extremely good. So
okay.
Yeah.
Let's do a couple more things. I don't want to fry my brain too much. I feel like I'm gonna hit a point of like, I can't intake more information.
I mean, like, actually, I don't think anyone else that I've done like collaboration with has like lasted more than 1 hour. Like, everyone's like, they're just done after 1 hour. So like already this is like really, really impressed.
Yeah, I think it's just because I know there's so much to learn. I just want to like keep listening, but there is kind of like optimal amount of time to learn. At some point it just kind of falls off.
Well, I mean, it's like actually like even me as like playing it professionally. Like some people, they can like look at variations like memorizing for like 10 hours a day. Like they'll actually like be really insane like that. But like I know like for myself, after like 3 or 4 hours when I do like in a professional way, like I just like I zone out completely and it's like I don't remember anything. So everyone's different, of course. So okay, all right. So let's look then. Okay, so just to go through this again, so we just one more time. So if they play this pawn push, which is the Sicilian defense.
Not gonna lie, me and openings don't quite remember.
Remember, you want to play gambit, so you play in the center right away.
Ah, yes. To see if they take.
And when they take, yeah, you go here. And when they take, you take. And just more than like the specific moves, what is the optimal development? Where do you want to put how do you want to develop your bishop, your queen, and all your pieces? Do you remember the optimal squares?
I'm thinking. You did say something about taking advantage of them opening up this, essentially. So...
Okay, I'll make the first move. You want to put the bishop here. So I'm going to develop my knight. So remember, you want to develop and castle your king.
Ah, this?
Okay, so I'll push my pawn. I will just develop my knight.
And then I think, well, I'm assuming bishop, queen next, or queen and then bishop next.
So I wouldn't really worry about the specific order of the moves, but it's just, yeah, just to remember the squares that you want the pieces on.
Do I want my bishop there? He is defended.
Right. That's actually not bad. But in this case, what you want to do is, since you've given up a pawn for these open files, you want to put the bishop here.
Why is
that? And when they move the bishop, where do you want to put your queen?
Somewhere up here, I think.
Well, it's still in the center actually, but you just want to move it over 1 square. And the reason is you want to create a square for a rook so that you can put a lot of pressure towards the pawn and towards the queen.
Oh yeah, the open file.
Right. And so then once they castle, which rook do you put on the square?
This one, so I'm not blocking anything.
Right. And so in this case, I'm actually gonna move my queen. I want to see if you can find a way to win this pawn here in the center.
Okay. It's attacked by 1. Wow, just 1. I push this, I think.
And then I'll just capture the pawn, though. It's just an even trade, 1 pawn for 1 pawn.
Ah, so capture without losing anything. In that case, if I go here, this is a 2-step to capture it, but I still lose it like this.
Yeah, this is the correct move.
Yeah? Sorry, I was just trying to see how many things are attacking it and whether I win the trade, but I do.
Right, because right now I have to move the queen or I lose the queen. So this is actually a type of a fork as well, because you're attacking the queen and the pawn at the same time. And you have like the knight, the bishop, and the rook attacking the pawn, and your opponent has a bishop and a queen defending it. So once you move the queen like here, what would your next move be?
Just take.
Right, and what happens if I capture?
I can also capture, and you can't capture back because then you're trading queen for my rook. Oh. Or, do I capture with my rook? No, I think I capture with my bishop because I can also attack your rook. It's a fork.
Well, more than a fork, actually. I lose my queen. Because your rook guards the bishop, and I have no squares for my queen. There are no
squares. Oh, that's
squares.
true.
So this is just like, just winning. It's just completely winning.
Completely winning
this
sounds
actually
very nice.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say also though is like when you're ahead in material, for example, like let's just say your opponent gives you a queen for like a bishop here. What you try to do is you try to trade off pieces. So right now you control this open file. You can do the bro lift or whatever it's called. But also you can for example, if I push my pawn, you can try to trade off, make these even trades for like knights. Get the knights off the board and then try to trade rooks. So for example, let's say we trade. So I go here, you go here. You can try to just basically trade off all your opponent's force until you just simply have a queen against like a knight or against a bishop. So that's what you want to do when you're way ahead in the game.
Just do even trades, because at the end of the day, you'll still be ahead a little bit over his just king, ideally.
Right. So like normally, if you're ahead by like a queen for like say a bishop or a knight, I would suggest trying to trade rooks off the board, because if you think about it, after the queen, the rooks are the most
powerful
important pieces.
Yeah.
And then the other thing also is because, unlike a certain other Canadian streamer, you actually know how to checkmate with a king and a queen against a king.
I watched that VOD.
Yeah, so since you actually know how to make that checkmate, it's also like you have this technical knowledge of how to make the checkmate, so you can so like I wouldn't really be worried about like making these exchanges, because you know how to you know how to do these checkmates.
Yeah, but again, that's also why I hate trading off my queen, even if it's advantageous.
Right. Well, I mean, I think like probably I'll try to think about other openings, but the main thing is like just playing openings that are aggressive where the queens do not come off the board early. I think that's really, really important.
Yeah.
So,
sounds good.
All right. Let me think. Do you know how to checkmate with a king and rook against the king or not?
King and rook.
Against the king.
Sort of. I think I could figure it out. It's a little bit like ladder. Yeah, I think I could do that.
Okay,
Test me. Yeah.
Sure, why not? Okay. Wait, whoops. I will the wrong thing. 1 second. Yeah, but this is very, very good for 1 week. This is like fantastic.
Hey. Honestly, chess has been really fun.
I think it's really fascinating because like there's so much that you can learn. I think like it's not. I mean, everyone like they have their own like learning curve, but like you have a very natural talent for it, especially like with puzzles. So like the more puzzles you do, the more like you get into it. I mean, I think you're gonna have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
Let me invite you to this
Thank
board.
you.
1 second. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So this is like king and rook against king. So it's kind of the same thing where you want to use the rook to cut off the king, but it's a little bit different because, of course, like with the queen, you can make the L shape because like the queen would cover both of these squares. But the method that I would say, so like I'll show you how. Is like right now you see how the king cannot cross. This rook covers all these squares.
And so kind of these, even though not completely.
I wouldn't actually even worry about like you know like what it covers up and like up and down. Just worry about the second row. Okay. So like you want to move the rook here. Since people in my chat are asking, Pokimane does know how to checkmate with the king and queen against king. I saw her do it the other day, so that's why I'm not even starting there.
Yeah, you can test me there too.
Yeah.
I'll show him.
So okay, so like you move the rook here. So like right now, what you would like to do is you're covering all these squares on this the second row, right? The king can never cross.
Yep.
So if I move my king over here, there's like this opposition of the king's like the king still can't cross. When the king comes here, you can actually now check. And the king can't come forward, so when the king goes back, it's now one row further. It's not just the second row, it's actually you're cutting it off by one more row on this third rank.
Yeah. And then I think I just keep doing that. And then I push. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. Okay, so what's your next move? You play white. So remember you need the kings like sort of opposite each other like this, so it can't come forward. Right, but now I'll go here.
And then okay. I think if I sort of play it out, I will get the hang of it sooner or later.
Well, I'll show you the first move. So like if you make this check here, the king comes forward, right? You
That's not right. So I think crossing. I do this.
But now I'll just go here.
Maybe I do this.
But I'll just go back. So I'll show you a basic technique. So you see how this king is over one square? You really want the king to be on this square so that you can check and it can't come forward, right? You want the king's opposite. So when the king is on this square, what you can do is you can actually just waste a move and swing the rook to the other side.
Okay. But what stops him from just doing this and further running?
Then you go here.
And then at some point we're on these edges?
You can do those edges, but I mean, I don't even think you need to really know that. You don't even need to know that concept so much, because here you see what happens when the king comes back.
Then I push.
Right. So now I'm going to move my king here.
Bro swing.
Okay, I'm going to go here. No. Now my king comes forward. Remember, you need the kings to be opposite each other. So I'm going to go here.
Swing.
And if I go here.
Okay, sorry. Could you just visualize for me real quick why you don't go here?
I can. If I go here, you just go here.
And then if you go there again?
You can just go here.
And then you're forced to either go here or up yourself, right?
Right. So if I go back, you just come here, and again, the king is one row off.
Yeah, that was...
If I go here, it's the same thing. You make the check because the kings are opposite, so it still can't cross. And then it has to go back another row.
Okay.
So, okay, I'll go here. Exactly. I'll go, if I go here.
I almost didn't see it, I won't lie. Oh, I don't know if I did it in the right order, but I'll figure it out anyways.
Here. Right, now once again, remember when the kings are opposite like this, if you go this way, I'll go this way. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but what you can do is you can just waste a move here.
Ah, okay.
And then if I start going this way, then you come over, and it's the same thing. Like, I can't go back because then you'll...
But I shouldn't cross you.
Right. So basically, whenever you get like the kings, like for example, in this situation, when the kings are like this, you can just you just waste a move, so the king has to come back, and you can waste the rook moves until it's your opponent's moves, and the kings are like one square opposite each other. And if they come back here and they're like facing each other with this one like buffer in between, then you make the check.
Yeah.
So okay, let's go back to the beginning, because I think you more or less have this. So okay, what's your first move? Well, I'll let you do this move. I'll go here. You can do that. Okay, I'll go here.
I feel like I need to go through this until I just like.
Okay, so what you want to do is move the king over again. Like when the kings are opposite, you always want to when the king comes back, then you can make the check. So if I go here,
now I can do this.
So I will go here. I go here. And now if I go this way.
I think I chase.
Exactly. Yeah, because when the king starts going off to the other side, you chase it. Whenever I come back and the kings are facing each other, then you always make the check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So
the reason that like kind of that sequence boomed in my brain was because I didn't know what happens at the edge.
Don't even worry about the edge. You just like you keep if the king goes to the edge, it doesn't matter. You just need to remember the opposition where the kings are opposite each other. That's right. Now so here, so you remember if your opponent goes here, then you want to have that check to
yeah,
win the game.
So instead I do this.
Very good.
And then I chase, but I don't cross.
Right. So okay.
By the way, on this move, is it better for me to match you or just go up one?
I wouldn't really worry about that because then you're only going to get confused. I think either square is fine. But here you should actually go to the center square because when I come over, you can make the check again.
Okay.
But you're not going to be able to do that every single time when you come up with the king. So it's like, just remember that whenever the kings are like opposite each other, you can swing the rook to the other side. So when it comes and there's the opposition of the kings across from each other, then you can make the check and force the king further back.
Okay.
So I'll go here.
Swing.
Now remember though, actually it's important when the kings are like, when the king is trying to go to this side, you want it over on this side. But if the king is like over on this side, then you want to check from the opposite side. So whichever way the king is going, you want the rook on the other side.
You mean whichever way I want the...
So let's say you go rook here.
Yeah.
You can't really check because like then the king comes forward. So when the king gets over to this side, this is where you can just start burning moves and keep the rook on this far side.
Okay.
If that makes sense. And vice versa. Let's say you get to this position, for example. Like, you can't check because then the king comes forward. But now you can just waste a move and go over here. And now when the king goes over, you start chasing it again. And whenever it comes back, then you make the check.
Okay. Basically, when it's running away from my king, I chase it.
If the rook is... Yeah, basically, yes.
When it's running... away from my rook, do I swing?
Generally, yes.
Anyways, play it out.
Right. Okay.
I feel like, yeah, sometimes I just need to almost like get enough visualization experience of check.
Okay, so now I'll go here. Okay, and now to wait one more. Very good.
See, I guess the way I saw it was like, what's stopping you from just going back here?
Right, because then you just start chasing with your king.
Ah, I see. Ah,
So, okay, so
I
what's your next
see.
move?
Checkmate.
Yeah, let's checkmate. Let's do it one more time. Let's do it one more time. Let's see it. Okay. Okay, so it's your move here. Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see if I prefer the square matching or square to one side, you know?
Right, exactly. Yeah, but this is like the thing is that if you know this way of making the checkmate, then like it doesn't matter what your opponent does. So like even though there technically are quicker ways, it's like it's a forced.
As long as you know how to do it within 50 moves, you're good.
Right, and that's why I think it's really, really important. It's just like it doesn't matter like the style points, how many moves it takes, as long as you know how to do it and you're gonna win the position every single time if it gets there. That's what counts.
Okay.
So you moved. Okay, I'll go here. Go here. Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've swung once.
So I arbitrarily went to, yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly.
It's like, how fast can I chase this king? You have nowhere to go.
Right. No, I mean that's perfect.
Yay! Okay, I actually hadn't learned this one, so I'm glad I know it now. I did 2 rooks, queen and king, bishop and bishop. I think that's it. When I got to bishop and knight, I was like, oof.
Yeah. Don't worry about bishop and knight right now. That's like I don't think there's anyone in PogChamps that would even like try to show that to. It's like that's never gonna happen. Just like never gonna happen. So yeah.
I think it could be a good drill if I got to the point where I felt confident learning it.
Yeah, I mean,
just to be able to visualize
amazing.
The way that the bishop and knight work.
Actually, yeah, that is kind of true. Yeah, but I mean, I certainly would not recommend that like right now because it's very, very difficult.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yay!
All right.
This was a very good lesson.
Yeah, no problem. Glad you enjoyed it. And yeah, if you want to do something more, just let me know. I mean, there's of course like
Heck
6
yeah.
weeks, I guess.
Can you maybe get? I think it would be really cool, especially for the viewers, if you gave me like a study plan, and maybe like weekly or bi-weekly we kind of have like a follow-up lesson. Or I also think you'll be able to gauge how much I'm progressing and what I should work on next.
Well, you'll be happy to know. Like, I mean, I'm not saving this, but like I can actually. There's a way that I can just like create files of these mates and all these different things. So it's like it's like. That's one of the best things about chess, yeah.
Cool. Okay, I'm really excited to improve. Thank you so much for taking the time. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Glad you enjoyed it, and yeah, hope you have a lot of fun with chess.
Looking forward to PogChamps.
Yeah, great.
Bye.
All right, have a good one. Have a great rest of your stream.
You too.
Bye.
Whew! I did it, guys. Wow, that was like 3.5 hours of chess. Oh my god, y'all hear that neck crack, that back crack? Oh my god, those cracks. Did you guys enjoy that? That was... wow. That was a lot for me, but... bro, I'm sweating out here. Who is in PogChamps 3? I have no idea, actually. I'm sad to hear Janet's not going to be in it. But either way, I'm very excited. And I'm excited to see how much I can improve. I think I'm just someone who is... I don't know, I'm very driven by improvement. So to find an area that I'm interested in that I feel I can garner like consistent improvement, just, yeah, makes me really hyped. I hope you guys like the stream. I feel like a 6-hour stream of playing another game would not make me as like brain fried as playing 3.5 hours of chess as a newbie. Brook lift. Yo, the bros are just lifting together. It's so great. I hope you guys liked it. I'm probably gonna dip and host him. Please go follow him. Not only his Twitch channel, but his YouTube channel is surprisingly really interesting for even someone who's new to chess. Like, you would think it'd be hard to get into because, like, if you don't know much about chess. But actually, his videos are really, really funny and I think enjoyable for people of all levels and interests in chess. So yeah, I'm gonna dip. I hope you guys enjoyed. Yeah, the bong cloud video or whatever. I was like, is that really the thumbnail I'm seeing? Oh, I didn't even see Mimi here. I love you. Anyways, yeah. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. I hope you have a great, great, great day. Take care of yourself. And yeah. Oh no, please don't tell me he's rating me because I was gonna rate him. Now what do I do? Now what? Well, I guess maybe I'll just do some chess puzzles. Anyone down? Anyone down? Because I'm actually kind of down. I'll do like 30 minutes of chess puzzles. Dun dun dun. It's quite fun. Okay. Also, it's funny like when I start streaming and then halfway through the stream the lighting is just completely different because the sun has completely set. So you have straight hair? I mean, not naturally, but yeah, this is the first time I've straightened it in a long time. Not end of stream. I mean, that's the thing. I thought like, wow, my brain is kind of fried from all this chess. I should host him because I'm sure he's gonna play chess for like 3 more hours. But either way, thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, I'm not playing Among Us because I had a chess lesson today. Isn't that exciting? All right, if I do this, I still get a rook for a bishop, which is quite worth. What else? I also have this. Oh, that's checkmate. Ah, maybe wrong order. Oh, this is not my friend. I thought that was my friend. Sorry, I thought he was white because then if I do this and he takes, I capture, and then I'm covering this part, and then I do this, and then it's checkmate. You know, like I was going somewhere with it. After all these lessons, stop! Stop! I had a good thought. It just, you know, the order wasn't right. Okay. Let's look again, you know? Let's look again. I have check here, which is covered by this guy. And, oh, that's checkmate. Listen. Listen. If this guy was just the other color, I said this earlier, I found the most difficult thing about puzzles is actually just that the colors keep swapping and it messes with my brain. But that, you know, that was first try. That was first try. Oh, I'd love to play with Hafu at some point. That'd be so fun. All right, so I think a good thing to note in this puzzle here is that my pawn is putting pressure on these two pieces. And also that it's supported by my bishop. And also, if I take this knight here, I have a queen. That's nice. And then if I move my queen here, then that's check. Okay, let's play it out. If I... Also, I have a rook here. Sorry, I feel like I should emote only. I want you guys to know when I do puzzles, I do not look at chat. I don't know if you guys would prefer that I just don't have... Like, I don't know if you guys prefer that I let you guys talk, but I don't look. Or if I just emote only and we're all on the same page. But if a mod can make a poll of that, that would be quite nice. So let's see, I do this. Queen. I know his queen is gonna wanna... His queen can't capture. If she does this, I take. If she does this, I just move and checkmate. Okay, hold on. Am I missing something? Yes! You're not even gonna let me... Oh, that's already... Ah. Yes, it's elementary. Ah, of course. It's elementary. If I could... Okay. Thoughts? Thoughts, everybody? Thoughts? Let me think that one through again. If I do this, can anything capture? Nope. I'm checking him. Can something block? Yep, this. But he can't take back because I have my queen here. So... Oh, what? Why am I... Okay, sorry. My brain's fucking actually booming. I think... Don't do this. Don't. Stupid misclick. Okay. Okay, if I do this, he takes. That's not it. If I do this... Oh, I think that's just... Ooh, okay, a lot of people said emote only. Thank God, that's way less pressure. God bless, amen. When did I ever think my, you know, my bishop could do that? That's a little troll. Okay. I think I have to capture. I also have this. I don't think I've ever done a puzzle that is that many pieces, though. So maybe there's something simpler. Ow. Ow. I'm so mad that I lost that to a misclick. I lost that to a miskiff. Can I just say, I feel my brain is really fried, so if I start saying some stupid shit, I'm sorry. Let us continue. Oh, I see a little checkmate here. She can't block. He can't block. So he is forced to move around here. Oh, this is... Oh. Oh no. When it looked so easy, but it was not. Alright, let me look at it again. I could move my horsey here. That's check. He either captures, and that's a winning trade for me. Otherwise... Oh, wait. My knight and other piece interaction knowledge, that of a kindergartner. All right, we've got this. If I feel like this is like the trickier side. So if I did this, he has to move here. I move down. He'd have to move here. Wait. Down. And if I move... I can't move further down because it's... Wait. That is many, many steps ahead. Okay. If I do this, check. He moves here. Ooh, I do put him in an interesting predicament. Where I move here. If he moves here, I can take... No, I can't take his queen. It's only once I go there. I keep looking here and just none of it looks right. If I do this, that's stalemate, right? I had a lot of trouble with those. I kept being like, okay, I'm attacking this square and this, and I'm attacking this square. It's checkmate. And then I'd do a move and I'd be like, I'm not attacking the... Oh, yeah, forgot about that. This ain't it, Chief. I don't think. 'Cause I'm pretty sure I want to checkmate here. This ain't it, 'cause just nom nom. Yes! You know, sometimes I get to this point with puzzles where I'm like, I don't know exactly how it works out this way, but I think it works out this way. But like, I didn't work it out completely, you know, like I'm still looking at the horizon. And sometimes I just hit a breaking point of like, I don't want to wait for it anymore. I don't want to like try to figure it out anymore. I think this is it. I think my only move here is to do this. And then he moves there. And then things get a little tricky. But I guess I just move here. Right? Or maybe I just take the piece, you big head. No, I can't take the piece. I don't have anything covering me. But if I do this, he just takes the piece. So that's not good either. Whatever. Yes! See, I don't know how it works out from here, but I think it does. Is it because if I go here and he eats... Wait. I'm looking at it the wrong way. Am I? Oh, the board flips. They hurt my brain. You know how painful it, like... I want to say I do this because I am feeling a fork coming on. Can I just please stop flipping the board? I wish there was an option where I could only play one side. Only play one side. I take queen, but then he takes queen. But if I do this, it's check. He has to move. Move, bitch. Get out the way. Sorry. I haven't made the decision yet. I'm still pondering. I'm also thinking about how close he is to becoming a queen. Milady? I'm just getting lost in the music at this point. Do I move my king? No, because then I lose my queen. Okay, well, it's been decided I must move the queen. God, why do I think for 20 minutes? Like, I really want to do this. Let me think about 20 other options. Ah, fuck it. Let me do what I was thinking in the first place. Like, okay then. I think, and I might be wrong, I could do this, start moving my pawn up afterwards. But also, is there... I actually think that's my only option. I was trying to think, is there... No, this is the spot. Wait, that's not the spot. I just get eaten. Nope, 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 nope. This is like a forky, but I'm not defended, so it's not. I'm gonna whack. You had me do all that thinking just so I could have one pawn. Really? Really now? Really now? I'm out here on the 5th dimensional plane trying to achieve checkmate. You made me do all that for one pawn? Unbelievable. All right. Bro, first... the other day, I did a puzzle thinking his queen was his king. But it's because she was in the spot where the king usually is, you know? And the king was just... I don't even know where he was. He was on vacation in my eyes. I was like... Anyways. All right. What am I looking for here? Let's see. I've got 2 friends attacking this. The king is quite tucked away. But if I gain this square, is quite important. It leads towards... you know what I'm saying? So let's math it out, shall we? Oh shit, he's a... Oh, that's... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. 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 I could do this. Maybe there's a better option. It just looked so awkward. I've never seen a knight tucked back here. Never. Never, ever, ever. Yo, y'all ever fail a puzzle and it's like pass rate 80% and you're like, fuck. Okay, but when you get a puzzle and it's like pass rate 30%, you're like 5. You know, you get a bit of both. All right. Black to move. And I'm just like, holy shit, where am I? Well, this looks a bit free. Cash money. Aw, I thought it was on this diagonal. That would have been so nice. Sorry. I see a potential pin here. Oh, I see my queen is actually defending my knight. What other pieces do I have to work with? Oh my god, that part of the song. Ooh, when it ends like that. Damn, bitch. Okay. Is there a fork? Can you go away? Other important thing to note is this pawn. Blocking off quite a lot. Good job, Mr. Pawn. You're at the tip of the hat and you're doing a great job. Ooh, that means this is uneatable. But what am I getting here? This? Ah. Ah, yes, it's elementary. It's a bit of a fork. Oh, that sounds rude. I don't mean like, you know. But also I can just go for the rook, which is like more in points. But is that really it? Is that really it, MrChess.com? I think that's only really it if this is... Wait, no, not that. I badly want to say that's it. Oh, wait. After he takes, I take the... Please tell me this is right. Huh? Listen, I thought he was gonna take, and then I got a rook for free, you know? But he's a bit smarter. But not smarter than me! Okay, let me figure this out. Hold up. No, no, no. This. I have a check here. It's a fork. Thank you. Thank you very much. Fuck! Still above 50 pass rate. Bam, bam. These are always like, like, make a queen. You know? Okay. Whatever. If you insist. Let me see. Probably something like this. Like this. What does he even do here? I'm trying to figure out ways I can eat his pawn before he can eat my pawn. But maybe really the way to protect is then to actually slide in those DMs. Just kidding. Like this. Like this. That way I remain protecting my pawn. And I can take his. I don't know. Yes! Yes! I got a 94% speed bonus! That's poggers. That's it. That's poggers. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Quick tip from a chess professional Pokimane. If you're doing puzzles, make sure not to start the puzzle before you go to the bathroom, because then you're losing out on your speed bonus. And no one wants to lose out on their speed bonus, you know what I'm saying? Hello, hello. I should eat. Whatever. Cage us. Not gonna lie, I kind of like cageless chat. When doing tactics, do your CCTs right away. Look at all checks, then captures, then threats. Ooh, CCTs. I think I heard of another acronym like that. It's kind of all the same. You look so good. Bye. Thank you. I wanted... Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Every time I play chess, and probably every day of the tournament, to me, is but an opportunity to dress like what I imagine Beth Harmon would wear in this day and age. So yeah. It's so fun to like just let me cosplay, one could say. She's not even fucking British. Was she British? I don't even know. She wasn't. She was in the US. All I'm saying is, don't hold it against me when I show up looking like a librarian. Let me live! Let me live my best life. What is... Okay, this is what I mean. This is what I... Like, when they give you a board like this, you would just be like, why the fuck is your knight, like... Oh, sorry, your knight. Why is your king on my side of the board, ma'am? It would make way more sense for this to be the king and this to be the queen, if anything. Anyways, we see we are quite close to checkmate. All we need... What color am I again? Yeah, no, seriously. What? If I go here, I am covered, but I believe he can just go here. So what is something else I can do? If I go here... Oh, he can't go here. Can go here though. Ooh, I have another broski right here. Oh my god, I didn't see him. My broski. Okay, so if I do this, these are still covered. I'm covered. This is covered. I'm covering this. I'm covering this. I think... I'm not covering this, but I'd be forcing him there, which I think is good. Ah, the music is quite nice. And then if he did go there... Maybe I just flip my knight upside down and check him again. No, I can't, because my rook would be there. Bro, sometimes trying to imagine the way the knight moves makes me feel like I'm thinking upside down. It's just, it's a lot. Is there something simpler? Oh! Ah, E, O, U. If I do this, I'm covered also. But then he decides which way to go. If I was Mr. Black King, which way would I go? Dude, by the way, what the fuck is this bishop doing here? Like, I'm defending my king so that when he dies, I'm gonna capture the piece after. Don't worry, Mr. King, I have your back. Sorry, I'm going wacky, bro. Okay. I want to see some sort of like a ladder. Okay, oh, actually, if I do this, okay, if I do this and he goes here, I go here, check. Mate. Checkmate. Check. Mate. My brain's working through the options. Otherwise, I do this. He goes here. And then... And then things just get awkward. You know, I was tired of trying to figure it out. Okay. Wait! That's what I meant to do! Wait, no, it wasn't. That was the second, that was the first option I thought of, I think. Anyways. I need to make sure... I need to make sure that I'm giving him room to breathe here, because otherwise it'll be stalemate. So whatever I do next has to be... preferably checkmate, but at least check. Now, let's imagine it from this position. I still block this, I still block this, I still block this, I still block this. I still block this. So I'd be forcing him here. I guess the better question is, do I even have an alternate way of creating check? Damn it! I'm getting tired of this puzzle. Oh! Dang. It's because I'm still not good with my night visualizations. I'm really not. Oh my god. This is puzzle number 1,012,148. It's almost beautiful that chess is essentially like a solved game. Because then you really can have millions of puzzles. And they're just all computer generated for our endless entertainment. Okay. This is quite nice. I'd love to get my queen over there. But can I? Well, I could check. And then what are you gonna do? Go there? Nope. And then, can you block? Aw, sorry, Mimi wants to go outside. Oh! Oh my god, sorry, I thought it was a bug, but it's not, it's just a flush. I feel like I saw this literally today. Easy. Except it's really not. It's actually quite difficult, but you know. So what I'm seeing here is these guys are eyeing each other up and down like you want to fight. Swing first. Swing first. Swing first, Mr. Bishop. No, you swing first, Mr. Bishop. And I also see that if the queen takes after I take... Wait, also I can just do this. Is there a block to this? He has to go there. Sorry, the reason I was looking at this is because if the queen takes, she's no longer defending the king. Which is quite nice for me. And so I feel like in situations like this, sometimes there's like an obvious thing to do, which here might be doing this. But maybe that's not what you know, puzzles work like that sometimes. There's like, you really want to take this piece, huh? But really, the answer is these 5 moves, because then you have checkmate. Okay, chess.com. On some Pogo shit. Anyways, let's think about it. If I do this... honestly, life's looking quite good. He moves there. I take. Where is this bad? Where is this bad? This must be bad somewhere. I don't think that's bad. Yes! I just need to trust myself sometimes. He has some fluff. Huh? You thought fluff would save you? Not today! Except I don't know what to do, but I'll figure it out. I see this nice open file for someone. I don't know who. Could be my queen, could be my rook, could be no one. I also see that for some reason there's some free real estate here. Oh, it's not that free. She's looking at me. I'm looking at her. She's like, your dress is ugly. I'm like, your shoes don't match your outfit. Sometimes I like to visualize the boards that way. Like they're queens mad at each other. Let's see. I either need to handle this situation or I need to create check to force this king to move. Now, I don't see a way to handle this situation. So... what do I do instead? You know what's weird? I'm looking at this guy and I'm thinking we're kind of at a not literal stalemate, but I'm like, if you take, it's not favorable. If I take, it's not favorable for me. If you take, it's not favorable for you. Or like we're kind of just trading. Like the board looks very neutral. But if I move this guy... oh... my brain is just trying very hard here. Brain is trying very, very hard. I feel like it's got something to do with him, though. Don't worry, I ain't forgetting about you, Mr. Pawn. Here, let me move this here. Yes, Mimi, my lady, my queen. Maybe the answer is to trade. He takes. I start moving up to just create another queen. And if he even attempts to take, I take. Oh, but it's quite elementary. Nice. Nice. Huge. Big. Pog. Okay. I see there's a whole lot going on here. Maybe want to relax a little. I'm looking at all the ways he could move. But I also have to keep in mind that whatever I do with him, it has to be a good enough move for him not to just take for free. if it were anything. Otherwise, I can leave this setup pin. I don't know. And look to do something like here. I don't really think that does much for me though. How about here? Then I can do this, but there's not really anything else I'm doing. It's not very progressive. If I do this, I'm threatening his rook. If he takes, I take. That's a pretty nice trade for me. But then he could also take. But then I also take. I've started saying take instead of eat, which I think is improvement in and of itself. All right, guys? Not gonna lie, I was being impatient there, and that's rude. That's very rude of me. Alright, hit me up. Really? No. Now what? Oh, they move backwards! If you notice a trend with the puzzles that I int, all got something to do with knights. Alright? Fuck you, knights. Just kidding. You guys are cool guys. I just don't understand you, you know? What are you doing? What do you mean? What do you mean exactly? You know? Could you explain? Okay, right here I see that I could move this because it's defended. What else do I see? Open your eyes wider. Oh, m'lady. I see I have a nice little lady here. It's cold. But maybe the queen comes in later. I also have a bishop who can slide in here as needed. So maybe it's like a step, and then the bishop. Why are you here, bro? Oh, 'cause you're here. Of course. Maybe there is a fork I can create with my queen. It can't be with my bishop because my bishop's on a green square. Do, do, do. I could do this, but also this guy's protected. He's kind of protected, so I don't know if it's that. Oh, if I go here, sort of. Okay. I think someone said CCT. Checks, something else with a C, and then threats. I don't remember the second two, whatever. The only check I see is this. If he takes, I can check again. And then he'd have to go back to his original position. There's something else, bro. He can just take my queen. That's not cute. That's not cute. That's not cute. Ow. I've lost it. My brain's getting tired. Yes, Momo? Oh, sorry, I mean this. I feel like this is very restricting. But I don't see it soon TM leading to checkmate, so... I feel like I saw something else earlier. But I can't remember it. I can't do this either because his knight's defending. I can do this though. Is there a further? No. I was gonna look here, but that's not possible either. Oh my god, big head! I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. I get it. Yeah, I got you. Bro, I don't know why. This queen was like really mentally effing me up, for real. But it's okay, we got it. It's better to do the right move late than to do the wrong move early. Don't know where I was going with that one. You get what I mean. I like to move. I see check. And then he moves here. And then I can do this, check again. And then he goes, well, now what? And then I take the rook. Or I could just take the rook right after. No, I take it after. I'm a fucking genius. Wait, is that what I do? Sorry. Again, I don't know my rook. Sorry, I don't know my knight mates, especially my knight and rook mates. But I don't think this is it because I just don't have enough other pieces, and he's not stuck in a corner enough. And the only protected spot my rook can get to is this, and that's definitely okay. I'm gonna just shut up and do the right thing. Yeah. I just wanted to double check. Right? Okay. I see this cute little spot that is check. And if he takes, that's a favorable trade. Otherwise, he goes down here. And then I can take something else. Oh no! This is the spot! No, it's not. Can I fork them? Yes! Yes. That is the fork. Excuse me, sir. Yes. I'm like trying to look out into the horizon. I know this puzzle wants me to find a check because he's just saying, I'm wide open. Come and get me. And I'm like, brother, I'm on my way. Let's see. Mimi? My cat sounds sad. She's like, Mommy, you're doing too many puzzles. Hang out with me. It's not check, but it's an annoying spot, you know? Mimi! Oh. Oh! Now what? Yay! Oh my god! You guys should see my rating. You know, it's kind of like life. Sometimes things bring you down, but if you keep going and if you never give up, over time, you're slowly getting better. As long as you get up every time you fall. Oh shit, don't look here. As long as you get up every time you fall, you'll always be heading upwards. Something like that, man. I'm a streamer, not a life coach. You get what I mean. White to move. Well, this is very close to being awkward because I don't like that. And his queen's like, bro, I'm on my way. This is not an arrow. It's this. But luckily, oh god. Luckily for white, I'm an expert of sorts. And I am sure to get checkmate or something. Damn, this is looking kind of tough. If I do this, he goes here. I could do this again and I'm forcing him back. Oh, I think that's checkmate. Take, take, move. Can't go, can't go, can't go, can't go. What did we learn here? Don't give pokey puzzles that have anything to do with the night. Oh. Sorry, I'm trying to listen and see if Mimi's meowing. Okay, what's next? You know, although I've found quite a lot of forks with knights, I don't, off the top of my head, know all the specific spots that are really good forks, and that's something that I should keep in mind. It just looks so different all the time, bro. Like, how did my knight end up here? Like, why is he here, bro? Shouldn't my knight be like, I don't know, like there? I don't know, man. Anyways. I have this diagonal. I don't really have places. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm blocked. That is not cute. Oh! Then what? Oh, it's checkmate. Oh shit. Well, you know, I did not anticipate that, if I'm being honest here. Oh, well, you see, well, you see, you see what this means. Do I get his rook? I guess that's what that means. Nice. One motherfucker in chat spamming a 1 IQ emote. This looks so funny. Just one. Just one, but that one is there, you know? That one is there. It's 6. You know what I'm quite in the mood for tonight? Some Valo. Maybe. Alright, black to move. Which side of the fucking board am I? I'm this side. I'm always going up. I'm going up. Just like in life and just like my stonks on my puzzles, I'm always going up. But when you're like this, it just looks so confusing. Like everything looks like it's on the wrong side of everything. I think this is definitely one of those don't let them queen, but you want a queen type of things. So if I did this, he did this, I did this, that's not what you do. So perhaps instead, I do this. He does this. Oh, yikes, that's not too pretty either. Wait, he's not going this way. Do you see why my brain's just like, not, I eat this way, he's eating this way. Got it. Got it. Got it. What happens when I do this? He takes and then he's checking me? Interesting. Takes. Takes. Am I doing like a back attack? Where I'm moving my king around like to here so I can take and then I can continue this movement? If I do this, his king can't come up. Oh, but his king can't take it yet. It's only once I do this that I take and he takes. Is that worth it for me? Because my pawn is closer to the end of the board than his. Oh, perhaps the key is to do this. No, not that yet. Is it to move my pawn at some point? this. I was acting like he's just gonna stay here the whole time, but his king has to move. And that's the only way he can go. So it's elementary, to be honest. Oh my god, bro, stop eating. Kind of rude. You think you could just nom 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 whatever you want? Okay, maybe once I hit 900, I'll be done for the night. I've doubled my puzzle rating in a week. Don't mention that I started at 400, but... I see this lovely diagonal that lines up with these diagonals. If I do this, he's forced to move here. I do this. Checkmate, baby. I think, hold on, let me think about it. I keep forgetting he can do that. Don't worry. I did this on purpose. I have a plan. What's my plan? Don't worry. I have a plan. If I did this, he's forced to move or take. If he takes, I can't take. Nope, that doesn't work out. Oh, quite, yes. And then what? I do this. He has to move here. My brain's paused, champ. He can't! He can't do that! Ah, yes. Free money? It's like taking candy from a baby. Unless I have another check, but I don't think I do. Yeah, I need a broski. Yay! 900! Whoop whoop. Whoop whoop. Whoop whoop. Whoop whoop. But what if I wanted to hit 1,000? No, that's so far. That's actually so many puzzles. Think about it. 5, that's like 20 in a row. That's a lot. Unless. Ow. Ow. I can't move this because this is blocking. I can't move this because technically that is still blocking. Unless I move them up together. If I do this, I'm like baiting. Like, take it, pussy. Sorry. You know? But I'm not looking at the whole board yet. If I do this, he probably does this. I eat. Not a bad lunch. Not a bad lunch. But I'm also not developing anything. I'm just running away. And I don't like to run away from anything in life. If I do this, he takes, and this part of the board becomes kind of stagnant, I win out here. Because at some point he takes, and I can keep going. Even though his king could move to my side. Wait, I can just eat him. I keep forgetting pawns can do anything, if I'm being honest. I'm just so used to turning them into a queen, and then you're relevant. But is that bad in any way? Kind of weird champ, Mr. Puzzle. Kind of weird champ for you to even... For you to not make that a bait, you know? Let's see. He is headed to try to eat some of my pieces. So I have to either eat his or defend mine. What do I prefer doing? I think I'm a bit slow to defend here. And maybe if we, you know, like if he started eating all the way down here, then I could definitely loop and like guide this one up. I think. And he's also got an extra defender. Yay! I do this. Oh shit, he could actually... He could move here. And then I'm not looking too good because I have to give him up. And I never want to give you up. Never want to let you down. Never want to run around and desert you. Never want to make you cry. Never want to say goodbye. Never want to tell a lie and hurt you. But if I trade here, and I can make my way around here, I have 2v1, which is quite favorable. That means if I do this, he does this. I move here, he takes, I take. Then it's worth. You're not gonna make me play it out? That's so rude. By the way, I'm so sorry I didn't read any of these. Hey Poki, what are your thoughts on human euthanasia? I just played 5 hours of chess. If you think I can give an articulate opinion on human euthanasia after 5 hours of chess as a fucking newbie, I'm so sorry I can't. Thank you for the $2. Greetings from Poland. How long you playing chess? 5 hours apparently. Can you give a shout out to my friend Ian? Hi Ian. Thank you guys for the subs so much. Welcome back. It looks like someone watched the Queen's Gambit. Absolutely. That's why I'm wearing a turtleneck. Even, yeah. Please say this phrase. Ooh, I'm so sorry. I don't say things that I don't know for sure what they mean. Hi, Pokey. I'm going to move Canada soon. I've never moved to a different country and I'm nervous. So what's Canada like? Bro, Canada's great. Everybody's friendly. There's just maple syrup dripping off of the trees and random bacon generators at every other corner. It's great. It's great. Take Rook. When? New viewer, the Danish Gambit is an opening you perhaps should look into. It starts out like the Smith-Morra Gambit, the opening Hikaru showed you. Did I say it right? But instead of your opponent playing pawn c5, they play pawn e5, which is more likely in low elo. I feel like I watched a video about it, but I've watched a video... Oh my god, did I say it right? I've already forgotten how to say it. I was like, how did I just say it? I've watched so many openings, it's really hard for me to remember which is which. Sadly. Thank you guys again for the subs and resubs all through here. Don't know what that means. I know this is much, and yeah, don't pronounce my name. Don't pronounce my name. Keep it up, you're doing well, and it's very fun to watch you learn. Ah, thank you. What do you think is stylish? You too close a bit. LL stylish? If so, no, but I have met him and he was quite nice. Donating $5 because it took me 20 minutes to finish that end game with my coach, and it took you like 2 seconds. GG, well played. Thank you so much. Pokey, when all the Pokey will come out. Hi, Pokey, you look so pretty today. Thank you. Gracias. Ah, no thank you. Thank you for the $2 though. Hi, could you rate my brand? Oh, sorry. I don't think I'm the right person to do that. You know, I'm not like an expert on style. I think as long as you like what you're making, and especially if you feel like it's something that isn't in the fashion industry yet, I think you should go for it. Because fashion and style is such a unique thing. It depends on a person's specific taste. And if you're creating something niche, there's probably people who will also like it. It doesn't even matter if like the majority of people like it. You just need your niche audience. Yeah. Especially when it comes to clothes. If you don't play the left, fuck, your game will be scuffed. I thought it was fluff. It's really not fluff? Are you sure? Are you sure it's not fluff? I could have sworn. It's luft? I'll remember that. Luft, scuffed. Luft, scuffed. No idea if you want to have commented on it, but what do you think? I haven't commented on it. I would prefer not to, just because I haven't looked into it enough either. But from what I heard, it seems like a very fucked up situation. So, yeah. Sorry, otherwise I don't feel like my channel's the place to talk about it if I don't know everything, you know. Chess Omegle. Not that surprising that you're learning chess considering who just appeared. Pepe Laugh? Who was it? You know, I've watched like every single streamer collab, I think, that Hikaru has done. Did I just say it right again? I'm learning. Hikaru. It was so easy all along. What happened? Hikaru. Like, duh, just read the word. Yes, somebody please clip it, because I will forget at some point. 1000%. Someone already wrote Hikaru, and I'm just gone. I'm gone. I'm gone. I think I was genuinely just so stressed about saying it. And now that I don't have a lesson with him anymore, I'm like, yeah, of course. Hikaru. Did I say it right? Oh, anyways, whatever. Alright, that's all for me today. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Tomorrow... Nope, not tomorrow. What the fuck is tomorrow? Tomorrow, I have a lesson with the Botez girls. Or maybe just one of them. It might just be Andrea. I'm not sure. Is it Andrea? 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 Anyways, Botez lesson tomorrow at 3 p.m. Whoop, 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 whoop. And then on the 7th is Rust, where I think I've decided to roleplay as Céline Dion. Not Celine Dion, but a French girl. So excited to be not in the land of America, but in the land of OTV Rust server. Oui, oui. Just because I feel like Celine has lore in my stream, you know? You guys have seen her. GTA roleplay. You've seen her in Among Us. And most importantly, I can't do any other accents. So it's very hard for me to roleplay. Anyways, I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow, 3 p.m. Have a good day. Much love. Thank you for watching. Especially chess. You know? Like the fact that I'm not playing Among Us or Rust and you guys are still down to watch me, I can't tell you how much that means. Thank you so much. Thank you. But also, I hope you enjoy. So if you hate the content, just say, fuck you, Pokimane. And I'll say, okay. I think Orange is imposter. Love you guys. See you in the next one. Bye.